All right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury service is new to some of you, and so a short explanation is in order. The persons who participate in a trial must do so in accordance with well-established rules and law, and that applies to the witnesses, the lawyers, the judge, and of jurors. Now, lawyers will present the evidence according to rules. The judge will enforce those rules and determine what evidence may be admitted during the trial. As jurors, you'll be the sole judges of the facts, credibility of witnesses, weight to be given to the testimony, and at the end of the case, the court will instruct you on the law regarding how that is done. Now, it is your sworn duty as a juror to accept the law as it is given to you by the court and to apply it during this trial. The procedure for the trial is as follows. The attorneys will first outline what they expect the evidence to be. These are called opening statements. Now, opening statements are not evidence. They're just simply an attorney's preview, if you will, of the claims that they believe will, of what will happen during the trial, what the evidence will be. They are designed to help you follow the evidence as it comes in, but again, they are not in and of themselves evidence. Now, after opening statements, the state of Ohio will present its case. After it concludes its case, then the defendant may, but is not required to offer evidence. If the defendant should present evidence, then the state may, but is not required to present rebuttal evidence. And then the trial will conclude with the instructions of the court on the law, arguments of counsel, and then instructions on the deliberations to be done in the case. Now, procedure for questioning witnesses is as follows. The party that calls the witness will ask questions first. That's called direct examination. Then the opposing party may ask questions. That's called cross-examination, sometimes simply cross. And then after that, the party that called the witness may ask questions regarding only those matters that were brought up on cross-examination, and that's called redirect examination. Jurors are not permitted to ask questions, in case you might wonder. Now, during a trial, attorneys will likely make objections. An objection is a procedure by which a point of law is raised by an attorney that the court must rule upon. And in doing so, I have to apply the law as it exists, as I explained. I will then determine, once an objection is made, whether the question or the likely answer are permitted under the rules. If I say that the objection is sustained, that means that I've determined the question and the proposed answer is not proper, and the rules of law cannot come into evidence. If I say overruled, then I've determined that both are appropriate, and you will hear that evidence. Occasionally, when things get going pretty quickly between an attorney asking questions and a witness testifying, talking over each other or so forth, sometimes a witness answers a question as an objection is being made. And then if I determine, after listening to or making the evaluation of the points for each side, that the objection should be sustained, then you are to disregard that testimony. Sometimes an attorney will ask me to move to strike, or I will say that the testimony is stricken, or that you're to disregard that testimony. And what that means is that you can't consider it in the deliberations. Now, we understand you're not computers where you can just wipe it off your hard drive and it's gone forever. But if somebody brings that up during the deliberations, you have to say, well, that was a piece of testimony that was stricken, we cannot consider. Now, it's important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial, and as I've indicated already, during any breaks, you're not to discuss the case with anyone else, nor among yourselves. If you are a person who texts or post on social media, do not make any post or text or communications, anything on the internet or social media about this case during breaks. You can do it about anything else, but not do it about the case. And don't tell anybody that you're serving on a jury on a social media. You may do so once the case is over, but not during the trial. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your presence. And if somebody does bring up something, you walk away from the conversation if you hear that they mention the case, but don't allow it to be discussed in your presence. During the trial, you're not to form or express any opinions about the case until it's finally submitted to you. Now, understandably, we all have first impressions, but again, until you've heard everything in the case, all of the witnesses, all the testimony, instructions on the law, in the closing arguments, you haven't got everything you need to make an opinion. So while you may form some impression, put that aside and wait till the conclusion of the case, and then analyze everything together. And again, it's important that you not discuss it even among yourselves. And you might ask, well, why is that? Well, until you've heard everything and you've received everything that's required in the trial, it's not proper. So don't discuss it during breaks if you are, in groups or talking, or if you go out to lunch together or something like that. You're not to discuss it even among yourselves. Now, if we break overnight, it's kind of, we're still not sure about that. The case could be concluded tonight, but it may not be. And so if we adjourn overnight, again, you'll have to explain this to your family, friends, or persons might ask you that you can't discuss the matter until the case is concluded and you're released from that obligation. You're not to speak with the attorneys, parties, any witnesses that will be testifying, and they're not to talk with you either. Now, occasionally something happens where you inadvertently hear something about the matter. If that's the case, report that to one of the bailiffs, and they'll report it to me, and then I'll discuss it with the attorneys and decide what might need to occur. And I will tell you that one of the things is that if that happens and you're not certain what you should do, err on the side of caution and go ahead and report to the bailiff. But don't go to the jury room and ask the other jurors what they may think. And the reason for that is this: when something like that happens, we often have to bring that juror or jurors in and ask them about the matter to inquire whether or not, to determine whether or not they can continue to serve on the jury. And if they cannot, then they would be excused. But the problem is that if they ask the rest of you your opinion, then we're going to have all of you come in and be questioned. And about 25 years ago, when I was an attorney and we had a case, it was a week-long case, and we had 12 jurors and 3 alternates, and that happened, and we spent an afternoon questioning 15 jurors, so we got nothing done that afternoon except talking to the jurors. And so, that's why I say don't ask your fellow jurors their advice, report to the bailiff. You're not to investigate or attempt to obtain any information about this matter outside the courtroom. It's highly improper for you to do so. So that means you couldn't visit, the location where it might be testified about. You can't investigate any of the issues that are brought up or any testimony. You may hear something about in the testimony that you say, well, that's interesting, I'd like to know more about that. Well, you can't find out more about it until after the trial. So you're not to go on the internet or do any research or call anybody else and ask them about it. You're not to read or listen to any report, any type of media, newspaper, radio, or TV. I doubt that we'll make TV or radio. There may be something in the newspaper. They post pretty quickly online. If there is something there online about the matter, don't read it or don't permit anyone else to read it. And do not read any social media postings about this matter if there are any. There may be. Sometimes people, like I said, there's a lot of people that, I know people, I have relatives that, they post about 30 seconds after something happens in their life. I don't know why they think that everybody needs to know what that just happened when it's fairly normal. But in any event, don't read anything like that. And you're not to post anything again, as I said, either. Because none of that is evidence. You must decide this case strictly on the evidence that's brought into the courtroom, and you cannot rely on information from an outside source. Note-taking is not permitted by jurors in the trial. Again, we will from time to time have a bench conference. You've already seen that, where the attorneys come up here, we discuss something, and there's static. And that's usually that's involving a question about law, and I have to determine whether or not the objection is sustained. And if you heard the arguments and what they said they were going to say and why and blah and so forth, that's just more things that I'd have to tell you to disregard. And so we do that so that that doesn't add to your burden when you get to be a juror, when you get to deliberate, I should say, on this matter. All right. So with that, we're now going to proceed with the opening statements by counsel. Again, I'll remind you these are not evidence, but simply their preview of what they believe the evidence will show during the trial. Mr. Collins, may I have the state?
May it please the court, Ms. Memzik, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The Highland County Task Force, in conjunction with other law enforcement agencies, work in the county to eradicate drugs. And they often rely on intel from confidential informants, or what we commonly call CIs, to do this. In June of 22, they learned from a CI that illegal drugs could be purchased from someone known to them as Scoots Johnson. On June 6th of 22, the task force and the sheriff's office set up an undercover drug buy with Richard Scoots Johnson. They gave the CI recorded buy money, an audio and video recorder, and followed him to an address on Butters Road in Highland County. The CI went on the property, entered the home, and purchased an illegal narcotic. The CI left the property and returned to investigators Randy Sanders and Chris Bowen. Investigators Sanders and Bowen watched this entire thing live as it was happening. The CI turned over the items he had purchased. On July 5th, again, the CI was given recorded buy money and an audio and video recorder and followed to the Butters Road property. Again, the CI entered the camper, purchased meth from Scoots Johnson, left the property, met with Sanders and Bowen, and turned over the substance. Now, following the second buy, the task force and sheriff's office decided at this point to apply for a search warrant of the Butters Road property owned by Richard Scoots Johnson. The search warrant was granted, and on July the 12th, 22 members of the task force, the sheriff's office, and the Greenfield Police Department all assisted in serving the search warrant. During a search of the property, a stolen truck was recovered, and you will hear from the owner of the truck today. Stolen tools were also recovered, and you will hear from the owner of some of the tools today. You will learn that the defendant regularly accepted stolen items in exchange for drugs. You will also learn that in addition to methamphetamine, the defendant, there was found marijuana, fentanyl, and what we commonly know as PCP on the property. As officers recovered stolen items throughout the property, Investigator Sanders and Detective Engel searched the camper where the defendant and his then-girlfriend, Cassie Brigner, were living. During the search, they recovered nearly 214 grams of methamphetamine, nearly 7 grams of PCP, and 4 grams of cocaine. In addition to the drugs, Sanders and Engel located numerous scales commonly used to weigh drugs for sale. They located various baggies used to give the drugs to customers. They located cash in various denominations and in various locations. They located ledger books, books used to keep track of who has purchased drugs, how much they've purchased, how much was fronted, and how much is still owed. They located security equipment. They also located guns, a lot of guns. Some guns are in cabinets right next to boxes full of drugs. This defendant was actually wearing a gun on his hip in one of the deals. He had a gun on his person when he was taken into custody at the search warrant on July the 12th of 22. In fact, the testimony will be that he seldom goes anywhere or does anything without a firearm. You will also learn that he increased his weapon collection by trading drugs for guns. On September 6th of 22, this defendant and Cassie Brigner were again stopped by law enforcement. Both were placed under arrest, and an inventory of the vehicle was completed. This is a white SUV that you'll hear a lot about today. Again, a gun was located. Following the SUV being towed, a search warrant was again applied for, and included in the search warrant was granted, and a search of the vehicle pursuant to the search warrant included a locked toolbox. During the search of the vehicle, more ledger books recording drug transactions were located. More scales were located, and of course, more drugs were located. Investigator Sanders also located a tactical bulletproof vest often worn by law enforcement. He located a law enforcement badge and a red and blue flashing light in the window of the SUV in working order. Interestingly, there is no question that Scoots Johnson is not involved with law enforcement. According to Cassie, the two were headed to the Butters Road property to collect personal belongings, and then they were going on the run to avoid prosecution. Ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that by the end of this trial, you will see and understand how the defendant's drug trade works and how he benefited from selling from the selling of illegal narcotics. There will be no question that he was in possession of a large quantity of illegal drugs, and that he possessed these for the express purpose of reselling them to someone else. You will see the evidence of stolen property on his property. At the end of the evidence, I am confident you can come to only one conclusion. This defendant is guilty of all charges. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Memsick, on behalf of the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, good morning, Judge Koss, Ms. Collins, Mr. Sanders, Mr. King. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The state has just told you what they expect you to hear over the next day or two. And they've submitted to you that at the end of this trial, you will only have one option, and that is to find Mr. Johnson guilty. I'm asking you to listen to all of the testimony, review all of the evidence, before you jump to any conclusions about my client. And as you listen, it is your job to determine if the state has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, or if things just don't add up and reasonable doubt exists. Judge Koss will give you detailed instructions on how to weigh the evidence and the elements that you must find in order to find Mr. Johnson guilty. And in voir dire, we spoke a lot about the state's burden. I ask you to hold them to that burden. Pay attention, please, closely to what you hear, but also to what you do not hear. Because I submit to you that at the end of testimony, they will not have presented all of the elements required to find Mr. Johnson guilty of these charges. I believe you're going to leave here today with more questions than answers. You're going to hear testimony from a team of law enforcement officers who were involved in an investigation of Richard Johnson and Cassie Brigner, two people who happened to live together, so they were lumped together as one. These officers all worked together and were present and involved in the two main incidents where Richard and Cassie were together, and I anticipate that they'll share generally the same testimony with you, the same information. I ask you to keep in mind quantity versus quality. And you are going to hear from Cassie Brigner herself. You will hear that at every encounter with law enforcement, Cassie Brigner was with Richard. You will also hear that she got a pretty sweet deal in exchange for testifying against him. And you'll hear that she has a long history with drugs, one that goes back far beyond her involvement with Mr. Johnson. Please use your reason, your common sense, hold the state to their burden. And if you do, they will not be able to prove all of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And you will be able to find Mr. Johnson not guilty, and you should. Thank you.
All right, first witness.
Beth Underwood, Your Honor. Please, Judge Koss, please.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes, there was.
All right. We are broadcasting this on YouTube. Do you care if you're shown on the camera?
That's fine.
All right, thank you. Have a seat over here. Make sure your cell phone's off. And that red light there is a microphone. On the red light, pull that clear to the left as far as we'll go toward the jury, please. So we'll pick you up when you testify.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, there you go, slides.
Thank you.
All right, you may inquire.
Judge, can you have just a second? We forgot to put the extra table up here for exhibits.
Oh,
Oh, she just brought it in.
all right.
Put that up there real quick.
Just put it right there. Yeah. Thank you. All right, you may inquire.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Beth Underwood.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, I work for the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, which is commonly referred to as BCI.
And in what capacity are you employed at BCI? What do you do there?
I am a forensic scientist in the drug chemistry section.
And how long have you been employed with BCI?
I've been employed at BCI from September of 2014.
And what degrees do you hold?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Chemistry from Ohio University.
Have you previously testified in court?
Yes, I have.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert in forensic chemistry?
Yes, I have.
Have you completed any sort of testing program since you've been employed at BCI?
Yes, we have an in-house program where we go through different practical exercises, readings, and quizzes, which ends in a mock trial, a competency test, and an oral board. And after passing those final tests, we are signed off to do independent casework.
And in those programs that you've completed, have you been successful in completion?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask the court to declare Beth Underwood an expert in forensic chemistry.
Objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
She is so declared.
And Ms. Underwood, does BCI have a written procedure manual for substance identification and measurement?
Yes, we have a chemistry methods manual which outlines all of our testing policies and the procedures that we need to follow in order to confirm something and then write a report with our findings.
And when testing these substances in this case, did you follow lab protocol?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain the steps that you follow when you receive an item into the lab for testing?
Yes, the evidence is submitted by a law enforcement agency to our evidence receiving staff. When they receive it, it is given a unique BCI case number, which has a barcode associated with it. That is placed on the evidence, and item barcodes are also placed on each item of the case. These are scanned to storage locations until they're ready to be analyzed by any of my fellow drug chemists. When we find the case, we would then scan those items into our custody and track that in our laboratory information management system, which we refer to as LIMS. When we open the evidence, then we would use LIMS to take notes on the packaging and appearance of the items within, whether that be powder or tablets or vegetation. We would describe the packaging and the evidence as is. Then after taking those description notes, we would then obtain a weight of the item and record that in LIMS as well before we start with any testing procedures. The first types of testing that I would do would be presumptive testing, such as a color test. This would give me an idea of the potential groups or classes of drugs that might be present. For example, if I look out at a parking lot, I would not be able to give you the make and model of all of the cars within. I might be able to tell you that it's a truck or a car, SUV, that type of thing, but I wouldn't be able to give you specifics. And these color tests will give us groups rather than specifics, so that then we can decide what confirmatory testing that we're going to proceed with after that.
And the process or steps that you just described, did you follow those steps in this case when you tested the substances?
Yes, I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Underwood, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a copy of a report that I wrote after analyzing a particular case, BCI case 22-16725.
And is State's Exhibit 1, is that a report that you prepared in your connection to your testing in this case?
Yes, it is.
And is that a report that is generally prepared by you in the course of your business there at BCI?
Yes.
In this case, how was the evidence received by the lab? Could you explain that?
Listed on the report, it says that it was submitted on July 21st, 2022 by Erica Engel, and that would have been to the evidence receiving department that I described.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is item 1 in the case 22-16725 that I mentioned that the report reflects. I can see my initials and a date here when I open the evidence, and then I can also see a date and my initials here where I sealed the evidence.
I apologize, I should have asked you this at the beginning. Would you like a pair of gloves?
Sure. Thank you.
And the previously discussed testing methods, did you use those methods to determine the identity of the substance contained there in State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, I did. I can see on the report that it notes that I did chemical testing and instrumental analysis for this item.
And when you're performing those tests, how can you tell if the test is being performed properly?
Based on all of the training that we receive, we know expected results or things that could be noted that might be unexpected, but we record all observations regarding the chemical testing. And then with any of our instrumental analysis, we have checks in place to ensure that those instruments are running properly and identifying substances as they should be.
And was your testing of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 2 performed properly?
Yes, it was.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, I can.
And what is the substance?
The item 1, State's Exhibit 2, was found to contain methamphetamine.
And when you weigh a substance, do you remove it from the bag before you weigh it?
Yes, we do.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, I can.
And what is the weight?
The report reads 167.08 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams.
Now I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this also has the case number on the barcode here that matches the report, and I can see a date and my initials where I open the evidence, and then a date and my initials where I close the evidence.
And did you use the previously discussed methods when analyzing that substance?
Yes, I did.
And was your testing performed properly?
Yes, it was.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, I could.
And what is that substance?
Sorry, the BCI item number is covered, so I was just making sure that it matched specifically the agency item number before I read the results.
So that would be, I can refer you to the number if you can't read it on the report.
I can see that it says that the agency item number is number 8, and on our submitted portion here, it says that the agency item number 8 is BCI number 2, which is found to contain methamphetamine, tramadol, 3-hydroxyphencyclidine, cocaine, parafluorofentanyl, and fentanyl.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of that substance, State's Exhibit 3?
Yes.
And what is the weight?
It was 13.41 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams.
I'm now going to hand you what is marked as State's Exhibit 4 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. It also has the barcode with date and initials and the seal with date and initials.
And did you use the previously discussed testing methods to analyze that substance?
Yes, I did.
And was your testing performed properly?
Yes.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 4?
Yes, I can.
And what is that substance?
It was found to contain 3-hydroxyphencyclidine, cocaine, tramadol, and fentanyl.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 4?
Yes.
And what is that weight?
It weighed 1.56 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams.
Now I'm going to hand you what's been labeled as State's Exhibit 5 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this also has the same BCI case number with barcode, and then date and initials here, and date and initials on the seal.
And did you use the previously discussed testing methods when analyzing the substance contained in State's Exhibit 5?
Yes, I did.
And was your testing performed properly?
Yes, it was.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 5?
Yes.
What is that substance?
It was found to contain methamphetamine.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 5?
Yes.
And what is the weight?
It was 1.63 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams.
Now I'm going to hand you what's been labeled as State's Exhibit 6 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do. It also has the barcode with the matching case number, and date and initials here, and date and initials on the seal.
And did you use the previously discussed testing methods when analyzing that substance?
I did, yes.
And was your testing performed properly?
Yes.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I can.
And what is the substance?
This also was found to contain methamphetamine.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 6?
Yes.
And what is the weight of that substance?
31.85 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams.
I'm now going to hand you what's been labeled as State's Exhibit 7 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this has the same barcode, BCI case number, date and initials here, and date and initials on the seal.
And did you use the previously discussed testing methods when analyzing that substance?
Yes, I did.
Was your testing performed properly?
Yes.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 7?
Yes, I can.
And what would that substance be?
It was found to contain fentanyl. It was also found to contain 3-hydroxyphencyclidine.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 7?
Yes, I can.
And what is the weight of that substance?
The weight was 0.12 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams.
Check State's Exhibit 1. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? I apologize. Okay, I think you may have looked at the wrong item number there when I asked you the weight. So we're looking here at State's Exhibit 8, which would be HCSO 50.
I have State's Exhibit 7 presently.
Okay, so I'll just ask you that question again. And looking at State's Exhibit 7, can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of that substance?
Yes, I can.
And what is the weight?
For State's Exhibit 7, which is marked as BCI item number 7, it is the 0.12 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams.
Okay.
The hanging down was marked as State's Exhibit 8 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this also has the BCI barcode with the same case number, date and initials here, and the date and my initials here, and it's marked as BCI item number 8.
And did you use the previously discussed testing methods when you were analyzing the substance contained in State's Exhibit 8?
Yes, I did.
And was your testing performed properly?
Yes.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 8?
Yes, I can.
And what would that substance be?
This item was found to contain 3-hydroxyphencyclidine, tramadol, cocaine, parafluorofentanyl, and fentanyl.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 8?
Yes, I can.
And what would that weight be?
This weight was found as 0.40 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams.
Now I'm going to hand you what's been labeled as State's Exhibit 9 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this has the same case number on the BCI barcode marked as BCI item 9 and has the date and my initials here for the open and seal.
And did you use the previously discussed testing methods when analyzing the substance contained in State's Exhibit 9?
Yes, I did.
And was your testing performed properly?
Yes.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 9?
Yes, I can.
What would that substance be?
It was found to contain 3-hydroxyphencyclidine, cocaine, tramadol, fentanyl, and parafluorofentanyl.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 9?
Yes.
And what is the weight?
The weight was 0.47 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams.
Now I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 10 for identification purposes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is marked with the BCI barcode labeled with the same case number, marked as BCI item number 10, and has the date and initials on it as well that I recognize as my own.
And did you use the previously discussed testing methods when analyzing that substance?
Yes, I did.
And was your testing performed properly?
Yes, it was.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 10?
Yes, I can.
And what is the substance?
Item 10 was found to contain cocaine.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 10?
Yes.
What is the weight?
The weight was 3.93 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams.
I'm now going to hand you what has been labeled State's Exhibit 11 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a copy of a report that I wrote for BCI lab number 22-18729. It does appear that it is missing one page.
And when you say it's,
There's 2 out of 3 here, but the 3 out of 3 is not in there. Mhm.
It's missing. It's this. I promise you.
is this,
You say that page 3 of 3 was not here, what is it?
Oh.
Page 3 of 3 right there, correct?
This is page 3 of 3 for the affidavit, which is attached to the report. But there is a third page, which, if I may speak, I know that it would be the analog letter in reference to
Objection.
one of the substances that was reported.
Objection, speculation.
It's in that.
can I approach?
Or just read the page 3 of 3 that you're referring to.
Yes, this is the page.
And what is that page?
This page is in reference to a section of the law that refers to how analogs are controlled.
And State's Exhibit 11, is that a report that you prepared in connection to your testing in this case?
Yes, it is.
And is that report generally prepared by you in the course of your business there at BCI?
Yes, it is.
And the evidence there listed in State's Exhibit 11, how was that received by the lab?
It is marked as being submitted on June 6, 2023 by Erica Engel, and that would have went from the law enforcement agency to the evidence receiving section as I previously described.
I'm now going to hand you what's been labeled as State's Exhibit 12 for identification purposes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the container with the case barcode at the top here, and it contains an item from that case, State's Exhibit 12, which is item number 2 for BCI, which has date and initials here for myself when I open the item, and date and initials here when I close the item.
And are there multiple separate baggies of substances contained within State's Exhibit 12?
Through the plastic, it is kind of hard to see, but yes, there are multiple baggies inside.
And specifically, can you tell how many baggies there are inside of there?
I cannot tell just by looking at the evidence through here.
By referring to your report, can you tell how many baggies were contained in that State's Exhibit 12?
Yes, referring to the report, there would be 5 bags inside this particular item.
And did you use the previously discussed testing methods to determine the identity of each of those 5 separate substances contained within State's Exhibit 12?
Yes, I did.
Was your testing performed properly?
Yes, it was.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity and weight of each of those substances? And just, if we can go through each substance one by one, giving the identity and the weight,
Yes, I could.
please.
Item 2.1 was a white powdery substance. It was 0.17 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams, found to contain cocaine. Item 2.2 was a crystalline substance. It was 0.44 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams, found to contain methamphetamine. Item 2.3 was a white off-white solid substance, 0.17 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams, found to contain fentanyl. and 2-fluoro-2-oxy-PCE. Item 2.4 was a off-white solid substance. It was 2.82 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams, found to contain tramadol, fentanyl, and 3-hydroxyphencyclidine. And 2.5 was an off-white solid substance. It was 0.86 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams, found to contain tramadol and fentanyl.
I have just a second to go through these exhibits, Your Honor.
Good.
No further questions.
Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Underwood. My name is Catherine Memzik. I just have a few questions. If there's anything that you don't understand, please ask me to rephrase, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Your role with these items and these exhibits is limited to a laboratory, is that correct?
Yes, I work as the forensic scientist testing evidence submitted for the presence or absence of controlled substances.
So the information that you have about these items is only what's submitted to you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you don't know anything about where these items were found, correct?
No, I would not know where they were found.
You don't do any sort of DNA testing on the items or their packaging, correct?
I do not work in the DNA section, so no, I would not perform any of that type of testing.
So you focus on the chemicals themselves?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so you can't tell us anything beyond the weight and the substance of these items, correct?
But that's correct.
Okay. Do you still have State's Exhibit 1 in front of you, that report?
Yes,
Okay. And you tested these items back in 2022, is that correct?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. You did testify to the procedures that you used, correct?
Yes,
And it's safe to say you're relying on your memory when detailing those procedures, yes?
I do have a copy of my notes that I would be able to refer to give a small amount of more detail regarding the exact testing done. Just referring to this, I can use the phrase determined using chemical testing and instrumental analysis to know that I did perform presumptive and confirmatory testing on these items.
But you are still relying on your memory, correct?
To some degree.
There are items included on that report where no controlled substance was found, is that correct?
If I may flip through just to confirm.
Please.
Yes, there is one item that was found, no controlled substance, and then there was one item that was not tested.
You testified that a few of these exhibits had multiple substances in them, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you do the weight for these items, you don't separate out the different types of drugs, is that correct?
The drugs are submitted as a powder, and the weight is of the, or substance, excuse me, it could be, tablets or crystal or anything. Those items are weighed just the substance as is, and if multiple components are found, then they are reported. But we do not quantify how much of those drugs would be present in that mixture.
So the weight that you give, for example, on item 2 or exhibit 3, that's for the total mixture, is that correct?
I'm going to object to this, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, repeat the question. What's the question?
When there's a weight measured, it's for the total mixture.
Okay, overruled.
Yes, the weight is for the powder as a whole, or substance as a whole, excuse me.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
How can you be sure that the type of testing that you just testified to and described that you used when you tested these substances is what you used?
I would be able to refer to my notes and give you more details about the specific testing that I did that is required in our policies to note all of that information at the time that the testing is performed.
And this type of testing, is this something that you perform regularly at BCI?
Yes, it is.
I have no further questions.
All right, let me step down. Thank you. Next witness?
Next witness would be Robert Guyton.
Yes, just put those on exhibit table. Thank you. Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is being broadcast on YouTube. Do you care if you're shown on the broadcast, or I can?
Yeah, that would be fine.
All right. Have a seat right over there, please. Make sure your phone is off if you have one. The board there to your right that has the Mr. Guyton, this board right here, slide that clear over to your left if you would, please. That's the microphone. Make sure you speak up into that.
Okay.
You may inquire.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record?
I'm Robert Guyton.
Could you spell your last name for us, please?
It is spelled Guyton.
And Mr. Guyton, I'm going to ask you to think back to May 8th of 2022. Did you contact the Highland County Sheriff's Office on that date?
I did.
And why did you do that?
When we arrived at our camp, we found that the barn doors were torn off and that our UTV and all the contents were missing.
And when you say arrived at your camp, is there a barn that's on that property?
We do. We have two RVs, one park model and one rolling travel camper.
And you said
And we have a barn there on the
said
property.
You said a UTV was missing from inside the barn. Were there other items that were missing as well?
Our chainsaw was missing. It was in our UTV.
And
A bunch of tools were in our UTV. They were also gone.
And specifically referring to the chainsaw, do you recall what type of chainsaw that was?
Yes, it was a steel chainsaw,
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
model 261C.
Mr. Guyton, I'm going to hand you what's been labeled as State's Exhibit 180 for identification purposes.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that, what is that?
That is my chainsaw sitting there on the left-hand side.
Would that be a true and accurate depiction of the chainsaw that you reported stolen?
Yes, it is.
And in July of 2022, were you notified by law enforcement that your steel chainsaw had been recovered?
Yes, I was notified.
And then on July 14th of 22, did you go to the sheriff's office and recover your chainsaw?
I did.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Mr. Guyton.
Good morning.
My name is Catherine Memzik. I'm going to ask you a few questions. It's confusing.
Keep your
please.
voice up, please. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If anything confuses you, just please let me know and I'll rephrase, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Guyton, when you made this report, you were not aware of any suspects at the time, is that correct?
That's correct.
You did not witness this theft, is that correct?
That's correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Guyton. You're excused. Next witness.
Billy Bird. I'll get it from, I'll recover that, Mr. Guyton.
Yes, sir.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office, Mr. Byrd?
Yes, sir.
All right, this trial is being broadcast on YouTube. Do you have an objection to being shown on the broadcast? Would you prefer that I film from behind? Which is,
Can you repeat that?
okay, we're showing this on YouTube, so my question is whether you have any objection to being shown on there with your face. Okay, thank you. Just have a seat right over there, please. All right, Mr. Byrd, that board right there, slide that all the way to your left, that's a microphone. And please speak into that when you're answering questions. All right, you may inquire.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name?
Bill Byrd.
Could you spell your last name for us, please?
It's B-Y-R-D.
And Mr. Byrd, I'm going to ask you to think back to June 16th of 2022. Did you contact the Pike County Sheriff's Office on that date?
Yes, sir.
And why'd you do that?
To report my truck being stolen.
And Mr. May I approach the witness, your name?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Byrd, I'm going to hand you what's been labeled as State's Exhibit 41.
For identification purposes, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir. That was my truck.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of the truck that you reported stolen?
Right.
In July of 2022, were you notified by law enforcement that your truck had been recovered?
Yes, sir.
Did you then go and pick your pickup truck
Yes,
up?
sir.
No further questions.
Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor, briefly. Good afternoon, and good morning, Mr. Byrd. I'm sorry, second time I've done that. You said that you reported this stolen in Pike County, is that correct?
Right.
And that's where the incident occurred?
Right.
You're not aware of who at this time had taken that truck, correct?
Well, yes, because he come in the store when I was there, and the feller that stole the truck, I seen him when he come in the store.
Did you give a description to law enforcement of that man?
No, they had him on cameras, and they took photos of or copies of the cameras.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect?
Mr. Byrd, when the day your truck was stolen, what color was it?
Blue, real dark blue.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down. You're excused, Mr. Byrd, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Your next witness?
Dylan Quinneville.
Mr. Byrd, I'll take that.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office? Yes, sir. All right, this trial is being broadcast on YouTube. Do you have an objection to being shown on this broadcast? Have a seat there then, please. If you would pull the microphone clear over to your left. Thank you. You may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
Deputy Dylan Quinneville.
And are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
The Highland County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been employed there?
October 2016.
Have you watched any of this trial on YouTube?
No.
And were you employed there at the sheriff's office on September 6th of 22?
Yes.
What were your job duties that evening?
I work road patrol, so just traffic enforcement, any type of investigation that comes with our calls for service.
Did you receive a call to respond to Rainsboro?
Yes.
And just briefly, what was the nature of the call?
Someone reported that there was a female dancing around in the parking lot of the Rainsboro First Stop.
Did you respond?
Yes.
What happened when you responded?
When I responded, the vehicle was not there, but on the way when I passed Joey's Pizza, I noticed that there was a white SUV there that I was looking for, so I returned to Joey's Pizza.
And did you find the vehicle at Joey's that you were looking for?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to hand you as previously been marked as State's Exhibit 17 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a white SUV that was at Joey's Pizza.
State's Exhibit 18. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the same white SUV.
And finally, State's Exhibit 19. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's also a picture of the white SUV.
Were you able to identify the driver of that vehicle?
Yes.
To Joey's? And who was the driver?
Richard Johnson.
And do you see Richard Johnson that was driving that vehicle in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you please put him out for the court?
That's right.
Please let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
So ordered.
At some point, did you ask the defendant to step out of the vehicle?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
His driver's license was suspended.
At that point, did you determine that the vehicle was going to be towed?
Yes.
And why did you determine that the vehicle would be towed?
There wasn't a licensed driver. The female, she had an active warrant, so she was ultimately arrested, and Mr. Johnson did not have a valid driver's license.
Now, as part of towing a vehicle, is there a policy of an administrative inventory of the vehicle that has to be completed?
Yes.
And did you follow the policy of the sheriff's office to do that?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 20 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a tow sheet.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the tow sheet that you completed?
Yes.
And does that tow sheet, the inventory outlined in that tow sheet, does that refer back to the white SUV on the night in question?
Yes.
And can you briefly just describe the appearance of the vehicle?
It was just kind of cluttered on the inside. There was tools in the back seat. There was a locked toolbox also in the back of the truck, or the vehicle.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 21 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a handgun.
And did you locate that handgun in the white SUV?
Yes.
Where?
It was in the center console, like the armrest area.
Was that firearm loaded when you found it?
It was.
I'm going to next hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 22 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's ammunition for the handgun. It was in the door.
And State's Exhibit 23. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's also the same ammunition.
And did you remove that ammunition from the vehicle?
Yes.
Are State's Exhibits 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 true and accurate depictions of the items as they appeared on September 6th of 22?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
I have a couple questions. Please tell me to speak up if need be. If I am confusing, please ask me to rephrase, okay?
Okay.
You testified that the driver was identified as Richard Johnson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also identified the female passenger, correct?
Yes.
And you identified her as Kathy Brigner, correct?
Yes.
You testified that she had a warrant out for her arrest, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you arrested her on that, correct?
Yes.
You also arrested Mr. Johnson, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
You arrested him for originally weapons under disability.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Ask another question, please.
Thank you. Officer, do you remember what Ms. Brigner's warrant was for?
I do not.
Would it surprise you to learn that it was drug allegations?
I'm going to object.
Overruled.
Well, could you
Would it surprise you to learn that it was for drug allegations?
I had never met Cassie Brigner before. I had no recollection of anything about her.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, next witness.
Sergeant Craig Seaman.
Thank you, Deputy. You may step. Were you sworn in the clerk's office? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth shall be God. This is being broadcast on YouTube. Do you care if you're shown on the broadcast? Have a seat there. And slide the microphone over in front of you. If you may inquire.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Sergeant Craig Seaman.
And have you watched any of this trial on YouTube this morning?
No, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
I am
Where are you employed?
with the Highland County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been employed there?
for 23 years.
And what are your job duties there at the sheriff's office?
I'm a patrol supervisor.
Were you so employed on July the 12th of 22?
I was.
On that day, were you requested to assist in serving a search warrant?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall the address of that search warrant?
I believe it was 12356 Butters Road, Brush Creek Township.
If I said 12358, would that,
I may have mistaken, maybe, yeah.
do you know what county that's in?
Highland.
And when you arrived at the property, what did you do?
I was assigned to entry team to make entry into a fifth wheel camper there on the property.
May I approach?
You may.
Getting into has previously been marked as State's Exhibit 24 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's showing the door of the fifth wheel camper that I entered.
And State's Exhibit 25, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's showing, once the camper door was open, that's showing the interior from the outside of the fifth wheel camper.
And State's Exhibit 26, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's kind of the main area of the camper once we entered the door.
Now, upon entering the camper, what did you do?
Once the door was opened, we announced ourselves as law enforcement that we had a search warrant and entered the camper. We immediately observed a male that was identified as Mr. Johnson sitting on the couch. He appeared to be asleep.
Do you see the person identified as Richard Johnson in the courtroom today?
I do. He's a defendant.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It's ordered.
And after you entered the camper and identified him, what did you do next?
We ordered him to show us his hands. He woke up. He initially started to put his hands down at his sides. I approached him, took control of him by his right arm, asked him to stand up, placed him in the handcuffs. Then pursuant to placing him in the handcuffs, proceeded to pat him down and search him. At that point, located a small handgun in a holster on his right hip. Removed the handgun from him, cleared it, made it safe, secured it, and then continued to pat down and emptied the contents of his pockets.
Do you recall what kind of handgun that was?
It was a small semi-automatic handgun, black in color. I believe it's a .380 caliber.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 28 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. This would be the handgun that I took from the holster on his person.
And that's a Ruger 380?
It is a Ruger 380.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 27 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It would be the contents that I took out of his pockets and off his person. Looks like it includes a can of chewing tobacco and a wallet, some miscellaneous property, and a knife.
After you removed the items from the defendant's person, did you remove the defendant from the camper?
I did. I took him outside, placed him in the back of a patrol car that was nearby.
And are State's Exhibits 24 through 28 true and accurate depictions of the scene as they appeared on that day?
Yes, ma'am, those.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good morning, officer. You testified that Exhibit 27 was the contents of items found on Mr. Johnson's person. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was no contraband found in that bag, correct?
I don't recall any, no, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
None, Your Honor.
All right, you may be excused. Thank you. Next witness.
Investigator Chris Bowen. I need a bench.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any objection being shown on YouTube?
I can't
Do you wish to be shown on YouTube, or you prefer not to be?
I prefer not to be.
All right, I'll fix that then. All right, you may inquire.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record?
Chris Bowen,
And can you spell your last name?
Bowen.
And are you currently, let me ask first, have you watched any of the trial on YouTube?
No.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
And where are you employed?
At the Highland County Prosecutor's Office.
And how long have you been employed there?
2 years.
And what are your job responsibilities at the prosecutor's office?
I'm assigned to the Highland County Task Force.
Can you tell us briefly what the Highland County Task Force is?
The task force is operated out of the prosecutor's office, consists of myself and Investigator Sanders. We work with other agencies in Highland County. Our goal is to eradicate drugs from the street.
And prior to that, did you work in law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
How long were you employed with law enforcement?
Almost 30 years
And where were you employed at?
at the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
I'm going to take you to June 9th of 22. Let me back up and ask you first. Do you, Investigator Sanders, often work with CIs in your work with the task force?
Yes,
Going back to June 9th of 22, were you working with the CI that you referred to as Josh Mustard?
yes,
And were arrangements made to purchase illegal narcotics from someone?
yes.
And how did that happen?
Investigator Sanders and I met with Josh Mustard, who said that meth and marijuana could be purchased from a guy he only knew as Scoots.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm going to overrule it. That's not being offered for the truth of it, just to describe how this came about. So the jury won't consider that for the truth of the matter asserted. Go ahead.
Josh Mustard said that he could buy meth and marijuana from a guy named Scoots. He only knew where Scoots lived on Butters Road, and he lived with his girlfriend, Cassie Brickner.
And based on the name, did you know the property and who was being referred to?
Yes, I knew that Scoots was Richard Johnson seated at the defense table.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendants.
So ordered.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
And his was previously been marked as State's Exhibit 29 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a Highland County Task Force surveillance report, activity report.
And is that something that you complete as part of the undercover buy?
Yes, we complete one of these on every buy.
And do you keep that in the ordinary course of your work with the task force?
Yes.
And what is that surveillance report? What date is that referring to?
This is on June 9th, 2022.
And how was the deal arranged?
The CI attempted to contact Scoots by phone call. Scoots didn't answer. CI said he could just drive over and show up as he had done in the past.
And what did you do next?
Searched the CI. The CI's vehicle provided the CI with $60, an audio and a video recorder, and we followed the CI to the defendant's property on Butters Road.
And what is that address?
12358 Butters Road, I believe.
And is that Highland County?
Yes.
And when a deal is being completed, are you and Investigator Sanders able to watch the deal as it's happening?
Yes.
And are you doing that through electronics?
It's through electronics in real time, yes.
Now, can you briefly tell us what you were able to observe on the screen as it was happening?
The CI arrived at the defendant's property. He approached and went inside a camper. CI made contact with another male, asked where Scoots was at. CI was directed to a trailer, a mobile home right next to the camper. From time to time, the video would lose its signal and had poor reception. The CI went into the mobile home. I saw Cassie Brickner on the video and heard a male identified himself as Scoots was talking to the CI and said the marijuana was California Dream Strand. CI then left and met back with myself and Investigator Sanders at a debrief.
And what do you do at the debrief location?
At the debrief, we collect any of the evidence that the CI obtained. We do an interview and we search the CI in the vehicle again.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 30 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a cash expenditure voucher. Shows the date, how much money was spent, what was purchased, and where the evidence was impounded at.
And again, is this something that you complete for every undercover buy that you do with the task force?
Yes, it is.
And you keep in the ordinary course of your work with the task force?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 31, do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a CI cash payment voucher. Shows how much money we paid to CI, and it's dated 6/9 of '22.
And the payment voucher says Josh Mustard, is that the CI's real name?
No, it is not.
Next, going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 32 as for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is a photograph of the evidence obtained during that deal. It's evidence bag. It's got 2 bags of green vegetation in it, a syringe, and $10.
And what did you do with the items contained in State's Exhibit 32 after you received them?
I turned the items over to Sergeant Antonor at the Sheriff's Office for placement into the evidence room.
And is State's Exhibit 32 a true and accurate depiction of the items that you received from the CI on the date in question?
Yes, it is.
Now, on July the 5th of 22, were you still working with the same CI that you referred to as Josh Mustard?
Yes.
And were arrangements again made to purchase illegal narcotics?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 33 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is a surveillance activity report dated for July 5th for this particular deal.
And again, is that a report that you prepared for every undercover buy with the task force?
Yes.
And you keep that through your course of work with the task force?
Yes.
And tell me just briefly about this buy.
Investigator Sanders and I, Investigator Sanders and I met with the CI. He advised that he could purchase a ball of meth from Scoots for $100. The CI and the vehicle were searched. The CI was given $100 in recorded money, an audio and a video recorder, and we followed the CI again to the defendant's property on Butters Road.
Would that be the 12358
Yes.
address? And is that in Highland County?
Yes, it is.
Now, you said that he was purchasing a ball of meth. What's a ball?
3.5 grams.
So if you were to say ball, you're referring to the weight?
Yes, I'm referring to the weight.
Okay. Now, during this deal, were you again watching in real time as it happened?
Yes.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 34 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a cash expenditure voucher and a cash payment voucher for this particular deal dated for the July 5th, 2022, where we paid $80 for the drug purchase and the voucher where we paid the CI $60.
Now, can you briefly tell us what you were able to observe during that buy?
Yes, the CI arrived at defendant's property, entered inside the camper. I saw Scoots and I saw Cassie Brigner inside the camper. I saw that Scoots had on a black holster with a black handgun in it during the deal. CI gave Scoots the money, and this CI left and met back up with myself and Investigator Sanders.
And did the CI give anything to you when you met back up with him?
Yes, I collected a plastic bag of crystal substance from him. I obtained the video and audio recorder from him, and the CI was searched again along with the vehicle.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 35 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is a picture of the defendant.
And where did you get this picture?
This came from the video.
So, and it just explained how you got a picture from that video.
While I was watching the video back, we'll take pictures of what we see on the video, but this is also what I saw in real time.
And State's Exhibit 36?
This is another photograph of Mr. Johnson in the camper, extending his arm out inside the living room of the camper as he's got the holster and the handgun on.
State's Exhibit 37?
Another photograph of the deal during the deal inside the camper. Also in this picture is depicted, you can see Cassie Brigner sitting off to the side.
State's Exhibit 38.
Another photograph of Scoots during the deal. Inside the camper, again, you can see Cassie Brigner in the photograph.
State's Exhibit 39.
Another photograph of Scoots inside the camper during the deal.
And finally, State's Exhibit 40.
This is a photograph of the money that was returned in the evidence, showing the plastic bag, the crystal substance.
And what did you do with the items depicted in the State's Exhibit 40 after you collected them from the CI?
The items returned over to Sergeant Antonor for placement into the evidence.
In the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And are State's Exhibits 35 through 40 true and accurate depictions of the scene as they appeared that day?
Yes.
Let's jump forward to July the 5th of 22. I'm sorry. Following the July 5th, 22 deal, what did the task force determine would be the next course of action?
The task force decided the best course action would be to apply for a search warrant for the defendant's property.
On July the 12th, did you assist with the search warrant at 12358 Butters Road in Hillsborough?
I did.
And specifically, what did you do as part of assisting with the search warrant?
Investigator Sanders and I, along with Deputy Quineville, went to the area of Butters Road. Deputy Quineville launched the drone, flew the drone over the Mr. Johnson's property, awaiting for the sheriff's office to arrive to execute the search warrant. When the sheriff's office arrived and they began to execute the warrant, myself, Investigator Sanders, and Deputy Quineville drove to the east side of Mr. Johnson's property and used an adjacent driveway next to the defendant's property. From that point, Investigator Sanders and I walked onto the property as Deputy Quineville was landing the drone. Once the scene was secured, I, along with Sergeant Jay Beatty at the Greenfield Police Department, we were assigned to collecting serial numbers and VIN numbers off of various items outside of on the property.
Now, during the time that you were collecting serial numbers and VIN numbers of the various things, did you locate a green pickup truck?
Yes, I did.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 41 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a photograph of the green pickup truck that I located that was on Mr. Johnson's property.
Was the VIN of the vehicle ran?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Law enforcement uses a database. We check that VIN number through this database. If it's an item that is stolen, the database will allow us to know that it's stolen property.
Now, did you learn something about the truck when the VIN was ran?
Yes, I learned that the truck was stolen out of Pike County and it belonged to Billy Bird.
After you located the truck, was it found that the truck had been painted?
Yes.
Did you look around the property to see if you could find the paint spots?
Yes, I located a spot directly behind the mobile home. There was some overspray green paint on the ground. There was a piece of cardboard that had some green paint on it, and also located a can of spray paint, green spray paint.
It's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 183 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a photograph directly behind the mobile home where I saw the paint on the ground and where it appeared that a vehicle had been painted.
And State's Exhibit 184?
This is another photograph also right behind the trailer, shows the spray can and the piece of the cardboard with green paint on it.
And finally, State's Exhibit 185. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another photograph at the corner of behind the mobile home. This shows a actual can of paint that's crushed in on the bottom of it with some green paint running down the side of it.
Are State's Exhibits 41, 183, 184, and 185 true and accurate depictions of the scene as they were found on July the 12th of 22?
Yes.
Now, on September the 6th, did you again assist with the search warrant of a vehicle belonging to the defendant?
Yes.
Getting into it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 17 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a white SUV that belongs to, that the defendant was using that we searched on September 6th.
States Exhibit 18 and 19.
This is another photograph of the same vehicle, just different angles of it, the white SUV, a 2001 Chevy Tahoe.
And can you briefly describe the appearance of the inside of the vehicle?
The inside of the vehicle on the day of the search, on the front passenger seat, there was a bulletproof vest. I saw lights up on the dash in the front, blue lights, and there was a toolbox in the back of the vehicle that was locked.
Getting into its previously been marked as States Exhibits 42 for identification purposes. Do you recognize those?
Yes, this is a black book that I found inside the vehicle on the front passenger floorboard.
Okay, and its previously been marked as States Exhibit 13 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the ledger book in question.
Now, during your time as a narcotics investigator, have you seen ledger books like this before?
Yes, I have.
When have you seen them?
I've seen these in various different search warrants and in this case here.
What is the significance of these books?
These books are ledgers that they record who owes them money, the various people they've been selling drugs to, and what's owed to them.
Did you open that book and go through it?
Yes.
Getting into what's previously been marked as States Exhibit 43 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, this is a picture of some names and dollar amounts from inside the book.
And States Exhibits 44?
This is another picture with other names inside the same book.
States Exhibit 45?
Again, this is more pictures of the same book and different pages and different names with dollar amounts.
States Exhibit 46?
This is a same book, different page, new names, dollar amounts.
States Exhibit 47?
Again, same book, different page, different names and amounts.
States Exhibit 48?
Another page in the book with different name and, again, several amounts, and talks about grams and stuff like that, ice.
And States Exhibit 49?
Another page in the book just says Roger at the top of it.
And are States Exhibit 17 through 19 and 42 through 60? I'm sorry. I've got it. I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as States Exhibit 50. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is a pink book that I found also in the vehicle in the front passenger floorboard.
And States Exhibit 14, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the book I found.
And did you again open that book?
Yes, I did.
Getting into what's previously been marked as States Exhibit 51 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, these is pictures from pages inside the book. Again, gives the date, names, and dollar amounts.
And States Exhibit 52?
This is pictures of inside the book, the same book, again, with just more names and amounts.
States Exhibit 53?
Same picture, or picture of a different page in the same book with names and dollar amounts.
54?
Same book, different page, just names and dollar amounts.
55?
Another picture of inside the pink book, names and dollar amounts.
56?
Another picture of a different page, same book, names and dollar amounts.
57?
Same book, just different page, name, has a phone number.
58?
Same book with writings in the back of it, phone numbers, and same book.
59?
Pictures of the same book, different pages, again with names, mentions 3.5 grams and another name and dollar amounts.
States Exhibit 60?
This is also pictures of the same book, just different page, dollar amounts and names.
61?
Same pink book, different page, names, dollar amounts.
And 62?
Another photograph of the same book, different page, same thing, names and dollar amounts.
Now, are State's Exhibit 17 through 19 and 42 through 62 true and accurate depictions of the scene as it appeared at the time?
Yes.
Now, after you located the books, what did you do with them?
I turned them over to Sergeant Ansonor for placement into the evidence room at the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
Did you like gloves?
Yes, if I'm going to be handling something. I think they're too small. I think they're a little too small. I'll get them on. Hands are hot and sweaty. These are not very good gloves.
I'm going to hand you what's previously marked as State's Exhibit 12 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a plastic bag with drugs that was found inside the vehicle that I found.
And there's more than one plastic bag within that bag, is that?
Yes, this is a cellophane bag with several plastic bags of white chunks from the change purse from the passenger front floorboard.
And you located those items?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do with those items after you collected them?
I turned them over to Sergeant Ansonor for placement into the evidence room at the Sheriff's Office.
No further questions.
Ms. Messerschmidt, how long do you think your cross will be?
15 minutes.
Pardon me?
About 15 minutes, perhaps?
Okay, well, it's been an hour and a half and it's almost noon, so we're going to go ahead and take a break now and have you cross after lunch.
Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the lunch break, you may go wherever you wish for lunch. Remember the instructions of the court. You're not to talk about the case with anyone, including among yourselves, not to try to obtain any information from any other source, not to speak with any of the folks that have been involved as witnesses or participating in the trial. Don't read or listen to anything that may be on any newspaper or radio station, or read anything or post anything about the matter on social media. When you return, once you're back at 1 o'clock, we report to the jury room, and then hopefully we'll be able to start right at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Please rise.
All right, we're back on record. State versus Richard Wayne Collins. Oh, I forgot the file. Mr. Reno, would you go back and get the file? I left it on my desk. We broke for lunch. During the lunch hour, court was approached by counsel and prosecutor, which indicated, Mr. Johnson, that you wanted to put something on the record. What is that?
Yes, Your Honor. This time I'm not really happy with my lawyers present or representing me, but I haven't heard all the, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't really know how it goes, but there's points that I need brought out, or she needs to bring out, and
Well, what are you talking about?
the collection of evidence and stuff like that.
What do you mean?
Well, like they show all these photos and stuff, but that don't please me. I wasn't in possession of that. So in the jury's mind, I mean, if I was a judge.
Well, wait a minute, let me explain something to you. We're talking about evidence, pictures I assume you're talking about. They're not in evidence yet, they've been identified, but, what conclusion that is made from that will be up to the jury to determine. The photos themselves, I haven't seen them, so I don't know what's in them, but obviously there has to be an argument. But you don't argue your case during presentation of evidence. You don't. The evidence is presented. Now, if you're saying you're not in possession of those, that's something that they have to prove. If you have evidence to contradict it, and you talk to your attorney and she thinks it's going to help your case, then I assume she would put that evidence in, or try to. May or may not be admissible. I don't know what kind of evidence you're talking about. But at this point, the evidence is that the officer watched you on video and they saw some things taking place. There are pictures. I don't know. But also keep in mind that video or those photographs are of a buy, but you're not charged with that. That's not actually a crime charge in the indictment. It was offered, I assume, to show that, the reason they're alleging you possessed those items, if you did, was for the purpose of sale or resale. So, you made a comment you're not a lawyer, and I think that's, well, we all know that, and it's exactly evident why you need a lawyer to represent you. But go ahead, if you have anything else you want to say.
I hope that she represents me well when she gets a cross-examined.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what could she have done with any of those witnesses you didn't think she did. I heard her cross-examination, and, you just don't ask questions for the purpose of asking questions. There's no award for asking more questions than the other attorney. You ask questions that are appropriate and relevant. If they're not relevant, you don't ask them. Many cross-examinations, when you have witnesses that, came in are, relatively brief. But that doesn't mean that she's not doing her job. Unless you can tell me there's something she should have asked that she didn't. But I certainly didn't see it from the context of the testimony that was presented so far.
Okay, good. We can continue, but I got it on record that I'm not happy right now.
Well, the fact that you're not happy, okay, so what? I don't expect you to be happy. I wouldn't be happy if I were sitting there. I don't care what. I could have the 10 best lawyers in the world represent me, and I wouldn't be happy if I'm being tried for a case, but that's why we're here. Now, you want to proceed with Ms. Memsick representing you, I assume?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, I think that's smart because, we're not stopping the trial because you're unhappy. And, again, I point out that, like I said to the jury, everyone that is in a case has to follow the rules, and that includes me, and we apply the rules. And you don't know those rules. And just the fact that you think that there ought to be this or that done doesn't mean that that's the law. Now, is there any other specific thing you're unhappy about?
No, I'll let it proceed.
Okay. So anything else you want to put on record?
No.
Okay, because, we're going to go ahead and proceed. I was told you wanted to fire her, but if you fired her, you'd have to represent yourself, which would be, the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life. And I don't know what kind of mistakes you've made, but no matter how big they were, this would be bigger. Because you're facing, a lot of time here. And so, when we're into the case, we're about halfway or more past the state's case. So, changing horses in the middle of the stream isn't usually a good idea. Yeah, and if you think about it, that's because a lot of times you get off one horse, you can't get back on the other one. So I wouldn't do it if I were you.
Okay, I won't fire.
All right, you have anything else you want to say?
The one thing, the CI that's supposed to show he's the start of this whole thing,
Uh-huh.
why isn't he?
Well, why, I don't know why. I mean, he's not necessary. As I said, you're not charged with that case, but why would you want him here? All he would do, I assume, is say that he bought from you and he, pardon me?
He started this whole thing.
Okay, so, he's another, it's kind of like a, prosecutor putting a case together is kind of like trying to build a coffin. And if you wanted the CI here, they could call him. He'd just be another nail in your coffin. How would that help you? Have the CI come in and say, I bought from this guy and I gave him this and that, and here's the dope that I turned over. How would that possibly help you? It wouldn't, would it?
Well, it initiates that. I want him to say that I'm actually the one that handed him the dope. And that's what started this whole process.
Okay, well, I wouldn't do that if I were you, because I'm not sure that's what would happen. But that's a decision your counsel has to make in consultation with you, but you should leave trial tactics to her, because, again, second worst idea from representing yourself next to that would be, I think, calling a CI to testify against you when the state's not, because if he was, he would certainly only add to the evidence against you, I would think. I don't know. Maybe he would, in a shot in the dark, say, no, he didn't give it to me. But even if you didn't give him the dope, if you, from what I understand, there was a transaction there, if you were there under the law, you very well could be held liable. Anyway, even if that was the case. So, again, my understanding is you're not calling the CI, Ms. Memzik, as a tactical decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And I understand that, and that seems to me to be the correct one. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Bring the jury in. Go ahead and be seated. Missing somebody? Oh, there he is. Okay. Yeah. Everybody be seated. Thank you. All right, we're back on record. State versus Richard Wayne Johnson. We adjourned with Mr. Bowen on the stand. Would you take the stand, Mr. Bowen, and cross-examination by defense counsel will now take place.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Bowen.
Good afternoon.
I have some questions for you. If anything that I say is confusing or you're not sure what I mean, please ask me to rephrase, okay?
Okay.
You work for the prosecutor's office, correct?
Correct.
And so currently you act, is it fair to say you act as a liaison between the prosecutors and law enforcement?
I work for the prosecutor's office. I'm a certified peace officer.
Okay, so you are law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified today you had a large role in working with the confidential informant here, correct?
Yes.
Something you do regularly?
Yes.
Okay. You also testified that you refer to the CI, confidential informant, by Josh Mustard, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
But that's not his name.
That is not his name.
You You testified that he knew the names Scoots and Cassie Brigner, correct?
Correct?
So he knew Cassie's full name,
Yes,
but he did not know the full name of Scoots.
that's correct.
When you ask someone to become a confidential informant, is it generally because they have valuable information?
Yes,
And so you believed that this confidential informant could get something out of this trailer without raising any suspicion, correct?
yes,
Because of the confidential informant's regular drug use, yes?
can you repeat the question?
Because of the confidential informant's regular drug use, correct?
I'm not sure if the informant, I don't know what kind of drugs are you talking about?
When you selected this individual to go make these alleged buys, you had reason to believe he would be successful, yes?
Yes,
And that's because he has a prior history making drug buys, correct?
I don't know about his prior history.
Are you aware of the confidential informant's real name in this case?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and that would be Mr. Thompson, yes?
That's correct.
You are aware that Mr. Thompson did have a prior drug record, correct?
I don't believe I've ever seen his criminal record.
So when you chose to work with this confidential informant, you did so with no knowledge of his history.
When I met this confidential informant, he came to the sheriff's office and requested to try to help himself.
Try to help himself out of trouble, correct?
Correct, and that was a conversation between the prosecutor and the sheriff's office.
So you would imagine he had pending criminal charges, yes?
Yes,
Okay,
you asked me about his criminal record, I'm sorry.
it's okay. So in this situation, he approached law enforcement.
Yes,
Okay. Is that normal in your experience, or do you normally approach other individuals to work for you?
that's pretty much normal. I mean, that happens quite often.
You prepared reports for each of the controlled buys, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And turning to June 9th, you testified that the confidential informant had a live video recording on him, yes?
yes,
But at times that video would go in and out, yes?
correct.
And you were able to identify Cassie Brigner on
Yes.
that video, yes?
Yes,
But you did not see any other faces, correct?
yes, I did.
You did,
Which deal are you talking about? The June 9th one?
June 9th,
Yes.
sir.
Yeah, I only saw Cassie Brigner.
You only saw Cassie Brigner?
That's correct.
Okay. But you did see other legs? Do you recall writing that in your report?
Yes, I do.
So multiple people are present at this?
That's correct.
Okay. At no point in time do you see Mr. Johnson's face on that video, correct?
That's correct.
But you do hear multiple voices, male and female?
Yes,
Okay. You also included in your report that a female driver drove the CI to the location, is that correct?
that's correct.
And you don't include that female's name anywhere in your report, do you?
That was not a confidential informant. It was a driver of the CI.
Correct. You don't include her name anywhere in that report, do you?
That's correct.
Do you recall who that was?
Yes,
I'm going to object.
I'll sustain that. I'll see the relevance.
Turning to, I'm sorry, back to that video initially. That video picks up audio as well, doesn't it?
yes,
I want to turn to the July 5th alleged buy. Do you recall at least 4 individuals being present at that time?
yes,
Okay. But you were not physically in the trailer, correct?
That's correct.
You're viewing this all on video, yes?
That's correct.
You wrote that you saw what you believe to be a handgun on Mr. Johnson's person, is that correct?
That is correct.
But you weren't present,
That's correct.
so you don't know if that was a real gun for sure.
No.
And Ms. Brigner was present in both of these videos, yes?
That's correct.
In regards to this search warrant that was executed, you testified that you found a green truck, yes?
Yes.
And that it possibly had been painted, yes?
Yes.
You don't know who painted that truck, do you?
I do not.
And you don't know how that truck got there, do you?
I do not.
When executing that search warrant, you were also with Investigator Sanders, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Antonor?
I was with Investigator Sanders and Deputy Quenneville when I
I'm
arrived.
sorry, Deputy Quenneville, okay. And you watched Deputy Quenneville execute drone surveillance, yes?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that video at any point in time?
Yes.
Okay. On that video, did you observe multiple people leaving the property before executing the search warrant?
I saw 2 people leave.
Okay. Did you ever do any follow-up investigation on those individuals?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you don't know who those people were?
No.
Okay. If I could just have a moment, Your Honor.
You did a good job there.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you. Investigator Bone, when you meet with a confidential informant, how do you find out who they can purchase illegal narcotics from?
They tell us that information
And how would they know who they can purchase from?
because they're familiar with that person. Most of the time have bought from them before.
Okay, so when you met with the CI in this matter, did you give him the defendant's name or did he give you the defendant's name?
He gave us the defendant's name. I did not ask him specifically if he could do Mr. Johnson.
Going to the June 9th deal, the marijuana deal,
Yes.
do you hear a male or a female talk about the marijuana in that deal?
I heard a male talk about the marijuana in that deal.
And when you assisted with the search warrant and recovered the stolen pickup truck, whose property was that pickup truck stolen from, or I'm sorry, whose property was that pickup truck located on?
Richard Johnson's at 12358 Butters Road.
In Highland County?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Next witness.
Sergeant Detective Antonor? No.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office? I was, we're broadcasting this on YouTube. Do you care if you're shown on the video or not? All right, let me fix that before you stick around then. All right. Okay, got it back? Okay, we're good. I was gonna have you talk to him. All right. All right, we're back on recording mode now. So we got everything up, including the fact he'd been sworn in, was recorded? All right. All right, appears everything recorded up to the point where he took his seat. All right, you may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
I am Detective Sergeant Vincent Antinor of the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
And can you spell your last name?
Antinore.
And have you watched any of this trial on YouTube?
I have not.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
Again, I work for the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed there?
More than 10 years.
What are your job duties at the Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I am the supervisor of the Detectives Division.
As part of your job duties and being a supervisor of the Detective Division, do you also work with the Highland County Task Force?
On a regular basis, yes.
And do you work with the task force, did you work with the task force on an operation involving Richard Johnson?
I did, yes.
On June 9th of 22, did you assist with an undercover drug buy with the target being Johnson?
I did, yes.
And do you see Richard Johnson in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out for the court?
So he'd be at the defense table with the white shirt and vest on.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
So ordered.
On June the 9th, what role did you play?
So during this particular deal, my role, I was with another officer, and my role was surveillance and security. So basically, we did surveillance of the deal, and we were security if something were to go wrong.
And on July the 5th of 22, did you again assist with the buy from the defendant?
I did, yes.
And again, what role did you play?
Again, the same role, just surveillance and security.
Following the July the 5th, 2022 deal, was it decided that a search warrant would be sought?
Yes, so myself, another detective, and the task force sat down and went over some evidence in the case and decided that it was time to seek a search warrant as part of the investigation.
And what is the address that was the subject of that search warrant?
Butters Road, I can't remember the exact numbers.
If I said 12358, would that sound familiar?
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
Is that in Highland County?
It is.
And can you take us through how the search warrant was served when law enforcement arrived at that address?
So obviously we were several different vehicles, and the property itself consisted of several different structures in which people stayed in or slept in or camped out in. So there was a main house that was under construction. There was a camper directly next to it, a camper directly past it, a camper to the right of it. So there was a lot of us in several different vehicles. As soon as we pulled into the driveway, everyone had different assignments as to what area of the property they were going to go secure. So when we do a search warrant, the first priority is safety and security. So we want to make sure everyone's safe and everyone's secure before we ever start searching for anything. So myself, along with some other officers, went to the camper that we knew or had information that Mr. Johnson was staying in at the time. And there were other units that went to other areas of the property and secured those structures.
Now, during the search, after everything was secured, did you then help in searching the property?
I did, yes.
During the search, did you notice a red enclosed trailer?
I did. The enclosed red trailer was directly next to the camper in which Mr. Johnson was located in before you get to the main house on the property.
And did you open that trailer?
I did, yes.
May I approach the witness?
May.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes. This is a picture of the rear of the red enclosed trailer with the door open and the contents inside.
Now, were you able to determine the owner of this trailer?
We were not.
What about any of the belongings in the trailer? Were you able to determine if any of those belongings did not belong to the defendant?
Yes, absolutely. So in this photo, you'll see a fire helmet that is marked 65 on the what would be the right side if you're looking into the trailer. we were able to determine that that item had actually been stolen.
Were the items and the red trailer seized?
They were, yes.
And why is that?
Well, the fire department, or the fire helmet was stolen from Madeira Indian Hill Fire Department. So if it's in a pile of stuff, typically with my training and experience, the rest of the stuff is also likely stolen. Also, part of our investigation revealed that Mr. Johnson didn't have an active job at the time and had other means of acquiring property.
Again, next hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 187. Do you recognize that?
I do. It, as I described when we entered the property, this would be a picture of the front of the main house that was under construction at the time.
And State's Exhibit 178. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
What is that?
So just inside the main house, inside this door here, this is the wall that you first come into contact with. And this is several chainsaws, there's several things in the picture, including some tools, but the picture's meant to capture these chainsaws hanging up on the wall in the main house.
And State's Exhibit 179.
These are two steel brand weed eaters that were also located inside the main house.
And did you remove those items?
We did, we seized them. And the reason we seized them is one of the chainsaws in the prior exhibit had been identified and reported as stolen.
And State's Exhibit 181.
Again, this is tools and equipment from the house, a couple of weed eaters and a generator that was removed from the house where the rest of the tools were.
And State's Exhibit 182.
This is a Troy-Bilt brand tiller that was outside of the main house, as well as a leaf blower and a water pump.
And State's Exhibit 180.
This photo represents the chainsaws that were removed from the house, as well as a Craftsman brand wood planer that was also in the pile of tools in the house.
Does that State's Exhibit 180 also contain the chainsaw that you returned to Robert Guyton?
Yes, that Mr. Guyton had reported stolen. Yes, it is here in this photo.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 64 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. It is a copy of our Highland County Sheriff's Evidence and Inventory Form of items that were seized during this particular search warrant.
Now, the items on that page, on those pages, are those items that were outside or tools, things of that nature?
A lot of these tools were located inside the main house with the stolen chainsaw.
And does it accurately reflect the items that you seized and removed from the property that day?
It does, yes.
Now, were attempts made to locate the owners of these items?
Absolutely, they were, yes.
And have any items been returned?
So at this point, we have returned the stolen chainsaw. We returned a stolen truck that was located on the property. There are other items that we're still working to return and identify owners for.
Now, during the search of the property, were you able to recover any titles or warranties, receipts, things like that from those items?
None of these items were we able to recover receipts, warranty paperwork, purchase paperwork, or anything of that nature.
Now, on September 6th of 22, did you learn about the defendant being involved in a traffic stop?
I did, yes. So upon my arrival to my shift that day, I had learned that during the night patrol shift, Mr. Johnson had been involved in a traffic stop and subsequently arrested.
And after learning about the stop, what action did you take?
Knowing that we had an active investigation that involved Mr. Johnson, which is something that our road patrol wouldn't be aware of. These investigations are usually very confidential and need-to-know basis. I contacted the task force and discussed the details of that stop and the subsequent arrest with them and how it played into our current investigation.
And did you assist in executing the search warrant on that vehicle?
We did, or yes, I did. So through our conversation, we had determined that we had interest in searching the vehicle that had been towed during that stop. So we had another officer who works with the task force and also a canine handler utilize the canine for the presence of drugs in the vehicle. That officer reported to me that there was a positive indication. We applied for a search warrant and then executed it on that vehicle.
I'm going to hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 17 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
That is a white Chevy SUV that was at the house the day of the initial search warrant.
Is this also the vehicle that you searched on September the 6th of 22?
I believe it was, yes.
And State's Exhibit 18 and 19?
Again, these are the same vehicle from the day of the search warrant.
And also from the September 6th search warrant?
Correct.
What specifically did you do during the search of this vehicle?
Are you, to clarify, the second search warrant?
Yes, I'm sorry. During the September 6th search warrant, what role did you play in searching that vehicle?
So my role during that was I was actively part of searching and collecting evidence.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 65 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is a photo of a toolbox that was secured inside the rear of the vehicle just past the hatch that was locked at the time of our arrival.
Did you unlock that toolbox?
We did, and completed a search warrant in accordance with the search warrant.
State's Exhibit 66. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is a photo of the contents of the inside of one of the drawers of that toolbox. This picture depicts some items that were seized subsequently as part of the search warrant. That includes some controlled substances, drug scales, and a ledger book.
This picture includes in it a ledger book. Do you see what I'm talking about?
I do. Black ledger book on top of an orange digital scale.
And did you collect that?
We did, yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 15 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
It is the exact ledger book that is in this photo.
And are you familiar with ledger books like this through your work as a detective?
I very much so am, yes.
How are you familiar with them?
What we find is typically through training and experience, we've learned that drug dealers typically keep a ledger or write down who they're selling drugs to, who owes them money, and who has how much drugs.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 67 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is the inside of this pouch in the previous photo.
And is that from the toolbox also?
It was, yes.
Now, going back to the black book, did you go ahead and open that book and go through it?
Yes, and also captured photographs of the inside of the book.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 68 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
It is a photo from inside the black ledger book. Depicts a name on the top, also some weights and what appears to be some dollar amounts.
State's Exhibit 69.
Again, another photo of the inside of this black ledger book. This picture depicts two separate pages, two different names on top of each page. Again, with names and drug amounts, dates, and one of them's even marked paid.
State's Exhibit 70.
Again, another photo that depicts multiple different names on these 2 pages, what appears to be drug amounts, money, and even one of these names is marked paid as well.
State's Exhibit 71.
Again, same premise, 2 pages, each page has somebody's name on the top of it. This page is particular or significant in particular because there's also a money amount in this photo that identifies also 7 grams, which is part of what helps absolutely identify it as drug trafficking.
State's Exhibit 72.
Again, similar photo. It is a picture of this 2 pages inside this black ledger book, names at the top of each page, money amounts, and also gram amounts next to those dollar amounts.
73.
Again, another photo of 2 different pages, names at the top, money amounts, and grams as well next to those money amounts.
74.
This is a photo of 1 single page with a name at the top and an amount. The reason this is significant is it actually has the name Scoots written onto the bottom of the page.
State's Exhibit 75.
Again, this is the black ledger book. This is a photo of 2 separate pages inside the ledger book. At the top of one of the pages, it has a name and some amounts. What was significant or more significant about this photo is there's also a message written at the bottom that says, "I love you more than I've ever loved anything. Love, Cassie," who we knew to be the girlfriend of Mr. Johnson at the time.
State's Exhibit 76.
Again, black ledger book, a photo of 2 separate pages. One page has a name and some dollar amounts as far as money, and then on the second page, it just has an amount that says $10,001.
State's Exhibit 77.
Same black ledger book, double page, only one page has writing, has the initials GJ at the top, and again, some dollar amounts.
78.
Again, a photo of the same ledger book, 2 pages, only one page has writing. This page has a name and some dates and also some money amounts and even a phone number.
State's Exhibit 79.
Again, this is a photo from the ledger book. It's a double page, but only one page has writing on it. The significance of this photo or this specific page is that the title of it is Scooter, and then there's some writing that appears to have been from Cassie at the time.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 80 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. It's a photograph of a digital scale and lighter.
Is that still in the toolbox?
It was, so this was located in a different, if I recall correctly, it was not located like inside the ledger book or anything, but it was still in the toolbox.
So in a different drawer.
Yes.
And what is this?
That is a Bulldog brand gun holster.
Next, going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 138 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. It is the digital scale that was in the previous photo.
And State's Exhibit 81, do you recognize that?
I do. This is also in the same drawer that the digital scale and the gun holster was in, inside the toolbox. This photo depicts very small Ziploc closure type bags with dollar signs on the outside of them.
Let's go back to State's Exhibit 138.
Through training and experience, we've learned that those digital scales aren't used to like weigh lettuce. They're used solely to weigh drugs when you're selling drugs.
And what about the little bags that are in States Exhibit 81?
So the significance of these bags is that's what the drugs are typically packaged in. The writing on the outside of the bags is typically different depending on the dealer or the type of drugs that are being sold.
States Exhibit 82.
This is a picture, again, inside the toolbox. It is a glass drug pipe, often referred to as a bubble, as on street terms. It's just a glass tubular object with a circle on the end with a hole in it that's used to ingest drugs.
States Exhibit 83.
This is, again, a photo inside the toolbox. This photo depicts two different things. The main purpose of the photo is the pill bottle, prescription bottle that was in the front of the toolbox with the name Mark Van Gundy on the front.
States Exhibit 84.
This is that pill bottle. Once I picked it up out of the toolbox to take a picture of the name that is on the front of the pill bottle.
Was Mark Van Gundy in that vehicle when the vehicle was stopped?
According to the report and information provided to me, he was not in the vehicle at the time of the stop.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as States Exhibit 85 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is, again, inside the toolbox. These are several bags of marijuana and some roots.
States Exhibit 86.
This is a photo of an orange-colored digital scale that was actually sitting underneath the drugs in the previous photo.
And States Exhibit 16.
This is, in fact, that digital scale.
After you seized the items, what did you do with them?
So these items were packaged and transported back to the Highland County Sheriff's Office and placed in our evidence locker, some of which were eventually sent to BCI's laboratories for further identification.
Are States Exhibits 63 and 65 through 86 true and accurate depictions of the scene as they appeared at the defendant's property on July 12th?
Yes, they are.
And 178 through 182 and 187, are those true and accurate depictions of the scene as they appeared during the search of the vehicle?
They are, yes.
I'm sorry, 65 through 86 are pictures of the vehicle. Are those true and accurate depictions of the scene as they appeared on September 6, 2022?
They are, yes. So every photo that you handed me is a true and accurate depiction as their respected scenes at the time of my arrival to both.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Good afternoon, Detective Sergeant.
Yes.
Would you like both?
Whatever you prefer,
Well, you worked hard for those, correct?
but I hope so.
Okay. Can I call you detective?
That is fine with me, yes.
You testified that you are the supervisor of the detective division right now, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Are you in charge of training other detectives?
We only have one other detective.
Okay. Have you ever trained others?
Yes.
Does that include writing reports?
Yes.
Okay. It's important to write detailed reports, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. And it's obviously important that they be accurate as well, yes?
Yes, I would agree.
I want to talk a little bit about the property in question here. You testified that you were in charge of security and surveillance on the day the search warrant was executed?
No, I did not.
So you were not in charge of security or surveillance during this investigation?
I was at some points during the investigation, but not during the search warrant.
Okay, my apologies. What day were you in charge of that then?
So there were two different times during two different undercover drug buys that I personally took part in, and those were my job duties on those dates.
Okay, so you're aware of what the property looks like?
Yes,
Okay. It's a large property, yes?
yes,
Okay. You testified there were several vehicles and several structures that people would stay in?
yes.
Through your investigation, you knew a lot of people to come and go from that property, correct?
We determined it was a house known for drug trafficking, yes.
You testified there were multiple trailers separate from these campers, yes?
I do not recall testifying to that at all.
Okay. Do you recall testifying about a red trailer?
Red enclosed trailer, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
And that was separate from the camper where Mr. Johnson was found, correct?
I don't understand the question.
The trailer and the camper were not attached, correct?
No,
And you testified you were not able to determine the owner of that trailer, correct?
that is correct, yes.
You testified that you were aware Mr. Johnson was not employed, yes?
Was not what?
Employed?
Yes, that is correct.
Were you aware he was receiving Social Security?
We had received some information that was a possibility, yes.
You testified there were chainsaws found inside a main house, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that is not where Mr. Johnson was found, correct?
Correct, he was located inside the camper next to the main house.
Outside of that house, I'm sorry, inside of that house, you found some chainsaws, yes?
Correct, yes.
And you seized all of those chainsaws because one was reported stolen, yes?
That's part of the reason, yes.
So you assumed that the other chainsaws were also stolen?
We were provided information that he would often receive tools, including chainsaws, and trade for drugs.
At the time that you seized those chainsaws, were you aware of any other specific reports that they were stolen?
No, not at that time.
You mentioned that other items were also seized around the property, correct?
There were several items seized that day, yes.
Okay. And you cannot identify other owners of those items, all of them, correct?
I would not agree with that statement.
So it's your testimony that you can identify the owners of all of those items?
Not to be technical, but I wouldn't agree with that statement either. I think that we are working to identify the owners of those items, and I would be cautious to say that it is impossible or that we could not or cannot identify the owners.
And that's not what I'm asking, so please excuse me, let me clarify.
Okay.
As of this moment, as you sit here, you have identified 2 items to have other owners, correct?
So there was a chainsaw, there was a vehicle, and there was a fire helmet. So I think we're up to 3?
3?
Yes.
Okay. I want to move to your testimony about the September 6th incident. You testified that Mr. Johnson was subsequently arrested, correct?
Correct, yes.
What was he arrested for?
Objection.
Stay.
Did that arrest lead to any charges?
Objection.
Stay.
The white Chevy SUV, you obtained a search warrant for it, correct?
Yes.
Richard Johnson was not the owner of that vehicle, correct?
I do not believe it was registered to him.
And the toolbox that you testified to, that was found in the back of the vehicle, yes?
That is correct, yes.
As part of this investigation, you prepared a list of evidence out of that stop, correct?
No. I was not part of the stop. There was a list of evidence prepared with the subsequent search warrant after the stop.
And you're familiar with that list of evidence?
Yes,
Normally, in that list, items found have attached locations. Is that fair to say?
it depends. There are times that they do and they don't.
You testified that 2 ledger books were found in the vehicle, correct?
I testified that there was a ledger book, a black ledger book, that I personally seized that was located inside the toolbox. That was my testimony.
And that was found on the passenger side front floorboard of the vehicle, correct?
No, it was not. It was located in the toolbox inside the rear of the vehicle, just past the hatch as you open the hatch.
So it's your testimony today that the ledger book was found in the toolbox.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
Detective, are you familiar with this report?
It is a photo of some evidence that was seized during the search warrant.
And does that report state that the ledger book was found in that toolbox?
No, it does not. This indicates 2 additional ledger books that were located in the front passenger side floorboard of the vehicle that I did not seize. The one that I testified to was personally seized by me and located inside the toolbox. These are 2 additional drug ledger books that were located inside the vehicle, not in the toolbox.
So you would agree with me that 2 ledger books were found on the passenger floorboard of the vehicle?
I didn't seize them. I couldn't testify to what was located that I did not seize. I can only testify to the ledger book that I located and seized, which was a black ledger book inside the toolbox that I've described several photos of.
Let's talk about those photos. You testified that writing appeared to be from Cassie, correct?
There was a note that said something along the lines of, "I love you always, love Cassie." Yes.
Okay. Going back to the execution of the search warrant, you actually prepared the search warrant after working with a confidential informant, correct?
Can I set this down? Is that
Sure.
okay? Okay. What was the question now?
Absolutely. You prepared the search warrant after working with those 2 controlled buys, correct?
There were 2 search warrants in this investigation that I was part of. Are you referring to the search warrant from the Butters Road property?
Yes, I said 7/12.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And you were present during that confidential informant's debriefing, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. If your report said that you were, would that be accurate?
Yeah, I'm sure if I wrote it in my report, then that's what happened.
And as a result of those buys, you continued to investigate both Richard and Cassie, correct?
That is correct, yes.
When the search warrant was executed on that same day, you read Richard and Cassie their Miranda rights, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And you did that separately in different patrol vehicles?
Yeah, so when they were removed from the camper, they were detained separately as part of our normal protocol and operating procedure. So they were in 2 different patrol cars at the time. We wouldn't put them together.
But you did not prepare any reports to that effect of their interviews, did you?
There were no interviews. I read them their Miranda rights. They didn't make any statements.
So it's your testimony they did not make any statements?
Nothing that I recall that was significant in any way to the overall investigation.
So there's no audio or video recording of any statements?
I don't know. I often carry an audio recorder with me. I don't recall if I recorded reading them their Miranda rights. Is that your question is, were they read their Miranda rights?
No, my question was simply if any audio or video resulted from any conversation you had with them.
I don't recall specifically. My report would indicate if there were.
nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you. Detective, how close was the red trailer, the red enclosed trailer with the stolen fire hat? I think State's Exhibit 63. Do you recall, how close was it to the camper the defendant was living in?
Feet away. I mean, it was practically sitting up against it. I mean, just a couple feet between the camper and the red enclosed trailer.
With tools like a weed eater or a chainsaw or a power washer, things like that, is there difficulty in determining if they are stolen?
Absolutely, there is. We recover stuff like this all the time as normal operating procedure at the sheriff's office. And, you know, the truth is most homeowners, myself included, I've got a whole wall of steel brand chainsaws, weed eaters, and leaf blowers. I don't have the serial number documented on any of them. And most homeowners do not. So locating owners, routinely we take reports of stolen chainsaws every week. It's very rare that somebody knows the serial number of their chainsaw.
So the fact that they aren't able to provide you with a serial number, is that why you aren't able to return them yet?
That is correct, yes. Again, that's my testimony to the question could not be located. I would not agree with that because I believe that at some point we may be able to locate additional owners.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 13 and 14 for identification purposes. Do you recognize these?
I do. I believe they were described in the exhibit that the defense attorney handed me a moment ago of the 2 additional ledger books that were located inside the vehicle the day we did the search warrant on the vehicle.
But you didn't locate these books?
As indicated on the package, they were recovered by a different officer. They were not located by me, seized by me, sealed by me.
State's Exhibit 15, do you recognize this?
I do. This is the black ledger book that I testified to previously that I located inside the toolbox. Again, on the front of the package, my name and the location it was found is indicated, and my initials are on the back of the package where I sealed it.
In State's Exhibit 66, did you take this picture?
I don't recall if I took it or a different officer, but again, it is the toolbox with that specific black ledger book in the back of it that I seized and sealed.
So your report reflects 3 separate ledger books in the vehicle, is that correct?
That is correct.
So your report is correct?
Yes, it is.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Dickens. No, thank you. Who's your next witness?
Ms. Britner?
All right, we'll take a break here for 10 minutes. So during the break, you can go to the jury room or walk outside or whatever. Remember, just come back to the jury room. Remember not to discuss the matter with anyone if you're going to be discussing your presence. Talk with the attorneys or any persons that are involved in the case. Don't post anything on social media or read anything on social media on the internet. And when you come back, turn off your phone. I have about 1:58, so let's be back at 2:10.
Please rise.
Is a picture of the fire truck.
Thank you. Proceed, please. All right, we're back on record. State versus Johnson. Next witness.
Cassie Brigner.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes, sir.
All right. We're broadcasting on YouTube. Do you care if you're shown on camera or not?
What is it, sorry?
We're broadcasting on YouTube. Do you care if you're shown or not?
No, I don't care.
Okay. You have a seat there. Now, that board right there with that microphone and the light, pull it to your left as far as it'll go, please. All right, remain quiet.
Please state your name for the record.
Cassie Brigner,
And can you spell your last name?
Brigner.
And have you watched any of this trial on YouTube?
No,
Where are you currently living, Cassie?
I'm in Marysville.
Marysville Prison?
Yes,
And why are you incarcerated?
due to this case.
You entered a plea agreement?
Yes,
As part of your plea agreement, did you agree to cooperate with the task force?
yes.
And why did you agree to cooperate?
Well, really, I hoped that Scoots would do his part and I wouldn't have to do this.
Did you get consideration for cooperating?
Yes,
Cassie, are you an addict?
yes.
And what sort of drugs do you use?
Heroin, fentanyl, meth.
How long have you been an addict?
12 years,
How old are you right now?
27.
Do you know Richard Johnson?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He was my boyfriend at one point.
Do you know him by another name?
Scoots.
And do you see Richard or Scoots Johnson in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point him out for the court, please? Please let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
Order.
How did you meet the defendant?
He sold fentanyl and I'm a heroin addict.
So he sold to you?
Yeah.
And did the two of you start dating?
Yes.
And about how long ago did you meet him?
About 2 years ago.
At some point, did the two of you start living together?
Yes.
And where did you live?
Butters Road and Humboldt.
And when you lived at Butters Road, what did you stay in? What were you staying in?
We were staying in a camper.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 24 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the camper that we lived in.
That you lived in?
Yeah, he was remodeling the property, so we stayed in here.
And when you say we, do you mean yourself and the defendant?
Yes.
Now, did you observe the defendant use illegal drugs?
Yes.
And what type of drug did he like to use?
Meth.
And did you observe him sell illegal drugs?
Yes.
And what type of drugs did he sell?
Fentanyl, meth.
Did he sell more of one than the other?
No, they were about the same.
I want to go back to July the 12th of 22. Do you recall a search warrant being served at the Butters Road address?
Yes. 98, do we have it?
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 98 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's like this little antique canister that he had sitting on the toaster.
When you say he, do you mean the defendant?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 100 for identification purposes. What is that?
A bag of ice.
What's ice?
Meth.
Is that ice like the street name for it?
Yes.
Which exhibit was that?
100, Judge.
Thank you.
Sorry. And where did that bag of ice come from? Where was it stored in the house or in the camper?
It was on top of the microwave in the canister.
In the fire truck canister?
Yeah.
Where did this methamphetamine come from?
KB.
When did you get it?
Just the day before we got raided.
So when you said, tell me about that, where did you meet KB at?
Okay, so he just came out to Humboldt, and we met him on a little side road.
And who paid for that meth?
Scoot.
Who drove there to pick it up?
Scoot.
And what did he drive?
The white Tahoe.
Were you with him when he picked it up?
Yes.
Did you put any money in for that?
No.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 17 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is the white Tahoe that we drove.
Now, who was driving that?
Scoot.
And is that the vehicle that you were driving when you picked up the meth the night before?
Yes.
Now, what was the intended purpose of the meth that's listed, that's shown in State's Exhibit 100?
We used it and sold it.
So this was going to be used and resold?
Yeah.
And about how much money were you or the defendant paying for an ounce of meth at a time?
$120 to $150.
So that's what you would pay your dealer
Yeah.
to buy it?
Yes.
And about how much were you selling an ounce of meth for at the time?
$200 to $300.
So you would pay $150 to $200, and then you and the defendant would resell it for $250 to $300.
Yes.
And about how much was the defendant paying for an ounce of fentanyl at the time?
$1,000.
Did you help him sell drugs?
Yes.
Did that include bagging up dope for resale?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 81 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a thing of little baggies and a cup to weigh the ice in so it wouldn't leave residue on the scales.
Okay, so what are the little baggies used for?
Like individual sale, like whoever would come and buy something, we'd put it in that bag to give to them.
And you both did this?
Yes.
And the little cups, what kind of cups are those?
They're like cups you get like salad dressing in.
And then tell us again how you use these.
Like we use the same scales to weigh both fentanyl and ice. So if you're weighing fentanyl or ice, you put it in the cup so it doesn't leave the residue on the scale and mix with the other.
Did you see the defendant use bags and cups like this?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 176. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
It's like a book that we would keep like if we fronted to somebody and whenever they paid.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 131 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is actually my writing in the book. Actually, this was my book. Same thing. If I sold out of his bag or whatever, I needed to keep track that way so he would know that I wasn't taking for myself.
Do you know who Kathy is that you have outlined in that book?
Yes.
Who is it?
Someone that we sold to.
That you Kathy Leeds?
Yes.
Do you know who Lou is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Someone that we sold to also.
Be Chancellor Krebs?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 71 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
Same thing. This is a log of, I guess, people who owed him.
Whose writing is that?
That's Scoots' writing.
Do you know who Roger is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Someone that we sold to also.
Be Roger Fillmore?
Yes.
Would he be in a relationship with Melissa House?
Yes.
marked as State's Exhibit 60 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Whose writing is that?
Scoots's.
Now, what's that showing?
This is showing how much each of us put in, so whoever went to the city, whenever they got back, we would know how much each person got.
And according to that, how much money did you put in?
$1,000.
And how much did the defendant put in?
$1,500.
And who are the other two people that you have listed there?
John and Tara. John's the guy we lived with, and Tara was a friend of mine.
And how much money did each of them put in?
$560 and $500.
So how much total were you all taking to the city?
$3,500.
And what were you going to buy there?
Fentanyl.
And when was this? Like,
I don't remember the exact time, but
would it be in the last 2 years?
yeah, probably about a year ago.
Okay. Can I hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 79 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a note that I wrote to Scoots in his book.
So that note would be in his book.
Yes.
Changing gears a bit, did you ever see the defendant with a gun?
Yes.
How often did you see him with a gun?
I've never seen him without a gun.
I'm going to hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 144 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a safe inside the camper.
And what's in that safe?
Guns.
Do you own any of those guns?
No.
I'm going to hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 113 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a gun inside the little cabinet inside the camper.
And do you own that gun?
No.
Now, during the 2 years that you have known the defendant or dated the defendant, did you see him trade guns for drugs?
Yes.
Were any of the guns that are depicted in these pictures traded for drugs?
I can't point out the exact ones, but I'm sure that they were.
Was that something that happened often?
Yeah.
Going to hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 102 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is like a little walk box that we would carry around to keep stuff. We sold out of the box pretty much.
You sold out of the box?
Yeah.
Both of you?
Yes.
And is that cabinet the same cabinet that the gun was in that I just showed you?
Yes.
for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
Also a safe that we kept in the camper.
And whose safe was this?
Scoots's.
Now, were there a lot of tools and equipment on the property?
Yes.
And during the 2 years or so that you've known the defendant, did you see him trade drugs for tools and equipment?
Yeah.
Would he store those tools and equipment on the Butters Road property?
Yes.
Do you recall being arrested on September 6th of 22 at Joey's Pizza?
Yes.
I'm getting into it's previously been marked as States Exhibit 18 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
The Tahoe.
Is that the Tahoe that Scoots drove?
Yes.
Now, do you know who Melissa House is?
Yes.
Does she own this vehicle?
The vehicle is in her name, but Scoots is who drives it.
Why is it in her name?
Because he doesn't have a driver's license.
And when you were arrested that night, what were you and the defendant doing?
Well, I thought indictments were coming out that day, so we were leaving.
Where were you going to go?
That we didn't have figured out. We were just going to get our clothes and, yeah, I don't even know where we were going.
During that traffic stop, there was a gun recovered. Do you know that?
Yes.
Did you own that gun?
No.
Do you know a Travis Gibson?
Yes.
At some point in the summer of 22, did Travis approach you and the defendant about your charges?
He approached Scoots about it. I mean, I knew what was going on, but they never really let me be a part of it.
When you got indicted, did you then find out what had happened?
Yes.
What had happened?
This Travis guy came to Scoots and was like, pretty much, we're working for the task force, you can pay us and you won't be indicted.
How did you find out that, did Scoots pay him?
Yes.
And how did you find that out?
I mean, I was just always around.
Did Scoots say something when he was indicted that indicated to you that that happened?
Yeah.
What?
We were like, well, what the heck? We weren't supposed to be indicted on this. And our charges got dismissed at first, so we was like, okay, this is legit. And then I'm pretty sure he made another payment.
Cassie, why did you start selling?
To support my habit.
No further questions.
Ross?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Cassie. My name is Katie Memzik. I have a couple questions for you, okay? If you're confused, ask me to rephrase.
Okay.
You and I have never had a conversation before, correct?
No.
Okay. Safe to say you have had multiple conversations with the state, yes?
Yes.
And that's because you cut a deal to testify today, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you go forward with your testimony today, you're going to get out early, aren't you?
No, I still got sentenced to 4 years, 11 months.
But if you testify here today, the state won't oppose early judicial release, that's correct?
I can file for my judicial after 24 months.
And that's part of your plea agreement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that you hoped Richard would take responsibility, yes?
For his part, yes.
And are you mad at him that he didn't?
I'm not mad at him, but I wish that we didn't have to be here today.
And he's currently your ex-boyfriend, correct?
Yes.
The state presented you with what they referred to as a ledger, and you take ownership of that ledger, correct?
It was both of our books, yes.
You testified that at one point you went into the city to make a buy, is that correct?
Yes,
What city is that?
Dayton.
Dayton? So not Hillsborough?
No.
Do you recall when the search warrant was executed in July?
Yes.
Have you been able to review photos from that search warrant that being executed?
Yes.
You recall having a lot of your property gone through, correct?
Yes.
Because you were living in that camper,
Yes.
and you had been there for some time, yes?
Well, we were staying back and forth in the camper between Humboldt and the camper.
Between where?
Humboldt,
Where is Humboldt a different residence?
yes.
And you would admit that there were guns found near some of your clothing and your property, correct?
The safe was, I slept in the bed, he slept on the couch, and the guns were in the safe.
And that safe was near, your property was around that safe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not legally allowed to own a firearm, are you?
No.
At the time the search warrant was executed, you were not allowed to legally own a firearm, correct?
No.
I want to turn to the September 6th incident outside of Joey's Pizza. You testified you were fleeing because you thought indictments were coming out that day, but you also had an active warrant, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Johnson did not.
Right.
You pretty angry at Richard for having to be here today?
I'm not angry with him.
You testified that you met Richard because he was a dealer. But eventually, he became your boyfriend.
Yeah.
So which came first?
He was my dealer and then my boyfriend.
But you had been using drugs long before you met Richard, correct?
Yes.
You've been buying drugs before you met Richard?
Yes.
You've been selling drugs before you met Richard?
Yes.
And you have a criminal record for those activities, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that Richard did not?
Objection.
Sustained.
If I could have a moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Thank you. Cassie, on the 3 occasions that I have met with you, have I told you what to testify to today?
No.
Has anyone that you've met with from the task force told you how to testify today?
No.
What have I told you is the #1 rule of testifying?
Tell the truth, be honest.
Now, how often would you and the defendant go into the city to re-up?
At least once or twice a week.
What does re-up mean again?
Get more dope.
And how often would you re-up with KB?
That was more of his thing, but I'd say once a week.
KB is cane and vinegar, is that right?
Yes.
Why were you and the defendant staying at the house in Humboldt?
He had actually just bought the property on Butters Road not too long before we got raided.
Were you selling out of the house on Humboldt too?
Yes.
Was the defendant selling out of the house on Humboldt?
Yes.
Did you own any of the firearms that were in the camper?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Next witness.
Detective, or Investigator Sanders.
Have you been sworn in? Would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you may be seated there. May inquire.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Randy Sanders.
And are you currently employed?
I am
Where are you employed?
with the Highland County Prosecutor's Office.
And how long, I almost asked if you've watched this on YouTube. What are your job duties there at the prosecutor's office?
I'm assigned task force to investigate major crimes and work with the local law enforcement agencies to assist them whenever we can in criminal investigations.
And how long have you been employed at the task force, with the prosecutor's office task force?
Since December of 2019.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Over 40 years.
Now, during your career as a law enforcement officer, have you taken any specialized trainings in illegal narcotics investigations?
I have.
Like what?
I started in 1989 as I took a course through OPATA on basic narcotics investigations, which included undercover work, search warrants, and on up. I've had several other trainings in task force operations, which included search warrants, CIs, working CIs, and what to do. I've had undercover training in what to do when things go wrong in different classes. I've done a couple on analysis of narcotics information and intelligence, and I've done an advanced on the narcotics intelligence, decipher it and figure out what the stuff means. I've done several trainings on meth labs. I actually done my certification to do meth labs in Quantico, Virginia, and through the DEA. And since then, I've done research and become a site safety officer, and I do hazmat stuff, or I did. I've let it expire at this time.
Now, you previously worked on covert drug operations.
I have.
First, what is a covert drug operation?
When we work a case where we don't let people know up front what we're doing. We don't go to them directly and say, here's what we're after you. We want to do it in a way that they don't know until it's too late.
And what roles have you played in those types of drug operations?
I've worked as an undercover officer. I've worked as a case officer. I've worked in surveillance. I've worked as a supervisor on the cases, and as commanders of the task force on those different kind of cases.
So you've actually been the one that goes to the dealer and buys drugs?
Absolutely, yes.
Now, through your role as an undercover, have you become familiar with drug words or words that are commonly used in the drug trade?
I have.
And do you regularly hear those words now and use them?
Yes, I hear them almost daily in our work, yes.
So if I asked you for a ball, what would I be asking you for?
An 8-ball, which is an 1/8 ounce of something, whatever drug it is, which is 3.5 grams.
If I told you I needed to re-up, what would I be talking about?
You need to get more dope.
In 2022, were you working on undercover drug operations, or I'm sorry, were you working on undercover drug operations here in Highland County?
Yes, we were.
Now, when you decide to use a civilian as a CI or someone to go in and buy undercover, can you tell us what procedure is followed?
We meet with them first. We actually do paperwork on them. We sign them up and go over certain rules that we have to go by. So they have to go by while they're working with us, what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. We do a complete interview with them and inquire about what they know about the drugs or other stuff, not just drugs, whether it's stolen property or anything else they know, any other crimes they know about, and set up with them how we want to do this and explain how we do the operations, and ask them to start with. We ask them who the easiest one there is, so they can see how we do things and learn what we want. We tell them that once they start to deal with that, it's the way we want it. Up until then, they can talk to us about it, discuss what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, but once we start it, it needs to be the way we want it to, we say it's going to be, so we can present the evidence in court.
Now, do you pay CIs for their work?
We do.
And how does that work?
It depends. Some people work off charges. They got to work off charges first. If they want to be paid, we will pay them. We get part of our money from the US 23 task force. We're also assigned to them, and we can pay them up depending on what they're going to buy. I mean, if we're getting fentanyl off the street, we're going to pay somebody to do it. No question about it. And the more amounts we get, the bigger dealers we can get, the more money, the more money we're going to pay. We talk with these CIs, every one of them, every day to find out who's doing what throughout the county, and we end up knowing what's going on in other counties too. That's right around here.
Now, when you begin working as CI, how do you decide who to attempt to buy from first?
That's usually discussed with the CI. We ask them who the easiest one for them to buy off of would be, or what they want to do first, and we'll go from there. Some of it depends on, I guess, logistics too, that we have to be comfortable with what they want to do first. So we make it something that we can pull off with the number of people we got, and to make it as easy as we can the first time.
So somebody that would be easy to buy off of is someone that the CI had previously bought from?
Absolutely.
Now, when you're doing a deal with a CI, do you immediately arrest the target as soon as the deal is over with?
No, we don't.
Why not?
If we did that, then once we're done, CI would only be able to do one person, and they wouldn't be able to work for us again because everybody's going to know.
What about safety of the CI? Is that taken into consideration?
Absolutely, and we go over safety procedures with every CI, what to do in certain situations, and we tell them ahead of time. You can walk away from any deal anytime. That safety of everybody comes first. Them, us, even whoever our targets are. We want nobody hurt in what we're doing.
Now, before a CI does a deal, is there a process that you follow every single time?
There is.
And what is that?
We go to do a deal. We search the CI ahead of time, their vehicle. If there's more than one CI or somebody's with them, we search them too. Everybody in the vehicle gets searched before we leave. Then we follow them to the location the deal is going to be. They're always carrying some kind of equipment where we can keep track of them, what they're doing, where they're at, to the best we can, and follow them to the location. And then after they're done, they come back. We follow them back to a certain location that we've prearranged with them, and they turn over the dope. We again search them, search their vehicle or whoever's with them, and then we do a recorded interview with them about what happened.
I'm sorry, did you just take us through what you do after?
Yes.
Also, okay. In June of 22, were you working with a CI that you know or that you referred to as Josh Mustard?
Yes, we were.
Did you go over the same procedures that you've just covered when you signed him up?
We did, yes.
And did he advise you, when did you go to him and say, who are some people that you can buy from that would be easy?
Oh, absolutely, we did.
And what, did he give you the name of Richard Johnson?
He gave us the name of Scoots. He didn't know Scoots' his real name. When he said Scoots, I knew who it was. I knew it was Richard Johnson.
Now, do you see the person that you know as Richard or Scoots Johnson in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out for the court, please?
Yes, sitting over at the defense table in the black and white.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Sure.
On June 9th of 22, did you and the investigator Bowen conduct an undercover buy with the defendant?
We did.
And can you briefly just tell us about that?
Yes, we went through the procedure. We searched CI ahead of time, driver and the vehicle, and investigator Bowen provided the money and the recorder, and Detective Sergeant Antonor and Detective Engel from the Sheriff's Office were also with us. They were together to help with surveillance. Investigator Bowen and I rode together. We had the audio video up on the console of my car, and we followed the CI from the meet location to Butters Road where the CI went in and done the deal. And came back out, and then we followed him back, and that's where the CI turned over the evidence, the dope, the money that was returned, change, and syringe to Investigator Bowen. He secured it as evidence, and we again searched everybody and searched the people in the vehicle, and that was the deal.
On July the 5th of 22, did you again work with the same CI to conduct an undercover buy with the defendant?
We did.
Just briefly tell us about that.
Same procedure, searched. Investigator Bowen again provided the money and the recorder, and Detective Sergeant Antonor and another detective assisted. That was surveillance. Investigator Bowen and I were in the same car, followed the CI from there to Butters Road, where saw him go to actually saw him go in the camper up on the hill, and actually saw Richard Scoots Johnson on the video in that one where he was he had made contact with the CI, and also saw Cassie Brigner in that one when she was inside too.
Now, following the second deal with the defendant, was it decided to do a search warrant on the defendant's property?
It was.
Now, why was that decision made?
We started doing it. We contacted the sheriff's office detectives right away because we knew they had complaints on Butters Road, and as soon as we knew we had somebody that wanted to buy drugs from out of there. We contacted them, and they come and helped us. We would have anyway since it was in the county, and they came and helped us, and that was what we just wanted, just find a way to put a stop to all the goings on Butters Road.
On July the 12th of 22, did you assist with a search warrant at the property at 12358 Butters Road?
I did.
And what county is that in?
Highland County.
Now, upon arrival at the property, what did you do?
Investigator Bowen, Deputy Quinville, and I, we went ahead of the sheriff's office, the rest of the sheriff's office, and so Dylan Quinville could put up the drone ahead of time. And so once we got there, he put up the drone to fly over the Butters Road address so we could see what was going on, let the sheriff's office know as they approached. And we watched it until the sheriff's office got there. And I saw right before they got there, two guys left on motorcycles and went the opposite way down toward Carmel Road. I'm sorry. And then a few minutes later, the sheriff's office cars started pulling in, and when they did, we went behind them and went onto the east side of the property and pulled in the next driveway, and then we walked across.
I'm going to hand you may I approach the witness?
Ma'am.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 188. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what's contained on this flash drive?
The video of the drone footage.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit this and publish the same for the jury.
Objection?
No objection.
Right, you may.
And does that video accurately reflect the entry onto the property?
It does, yes.
Now, what part of the property did you focus your search on?
The camper that was closest to the road that Richard Johnson and Cassie Brigner was staying in.
Now, can you just briefly tell us how the search process goes or went in this particular camper?
Inside the camper, Detective Eric Engel from the Sheriff's Office and I were inside the camper along with the Greenfield officer to start with Patrolman Mark Hamilton. And the inside the camper was not a very big space, so we ended up going with just two people, and it started out with me and Deputy and Detective Engel both searching, and then she would take a photograph and we'd collect the evidence and secure it right then for impound later at the Sheriff's Office. And we started out in the living room kitchen area and just worked our way back to the bedroom.
May I approach the witness?
May.
County Ninja was previously been marked as State's Exhibit 24 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the front door of the camper where we entered that day. The camper that you see on the video was closest to the road.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 26 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the front room, which contains the living room on the right and the kitchen on the left of the camper.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 87 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's another picture of the front room showing more of the kitchen. It includes the stove and the cabinets and microwave.
And State's Exhibit 88. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is a picture in the kitchen area of the toaster oven, and shows the microwave and the counter.
And State's Exhibit 89. Do you recognize that?
I do. It's a close-up picture of a white cabinet with see-through drawers, and it says on the top "Jewel," and that's sitting on the counter in the kitchen.
And State's Exhibit 90. Do you recognize that?
I do. That's a close-up to the top drawer of the Jewel cabinet, and I was talking about with the see-through window.
State's Exhibit 91. Do you recognize that?
I do. That's the top drawer of that Jewel cabinet open, where it shows a book on top called The Book.
Do you want those?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 176. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the same book that's in the photograph that was in the top drawer of the cabinet on the kitchen counter.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 92 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. That's a second book. It's a little composition book that come out of the same top drawer on that cabinet, the see-through with the see-through drawer on the counter.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 174 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is actually two books. The previous picture also showed the red book still in the drawer, and this is the red book and the little black book that come out of the shoot-through drawer on the cabinet.
Did you open these books and read the contents of them?
Yes,
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 93 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's the book. There looks to be the book I took out of the top drawer of the cabinet.
State's Exhibit 94.
Another one showing names, amounts. This one just shows the amount of dope.
State's Exhibit 95.
More showing names, and this one shows the numbers.
State's Exhibit 96.
It's it's got numbers on it, but it's also got a message. Looks like somebody wrote it to themselves.
State's Exhibit 97.
This is starting the bigger red book that was in the drawer, and it's also got numbers and names in it.
I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 88 for identification purposes. You want to hand me the other side? Now, what is that picture of?
This picture is shows the stove and the counter area, and on the shows the toaster oven on top of the stove, and then it shows the little red fire engine canister on top of the toaster oven.
Now, did you further search those canisters?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 99 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is after that little fire engine canister had been opened, and Detective Engel took a photograph down inside it.
State's Exhibit 101, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is a photograph of the bag that come out of the inside of the little red fire engine after it's out.
And State's Exhibit 100, do you recognize that?
I do. This is another photograph of the bag outside of the little red fire engine.
Now I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked and identified as methamphetamine in State's Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the bag that come out of the little red fire engine.
So State's Exhibit 2 is the methamphetamine that's depicted in State's Exhibit 100?
Yes.
And what did you do with State's Exhibit 2 after you located it?
We secured it as evidence, and Detective Engel turned over to Detective Engel, who secured it at the sheriff's office until it was sent to BCI.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as, again, previously been marked as State's Exhibit 87 and 88 for identification purposes. You recognize those pictures?
I do. They're both from the kitchen.
Did you search the other cabinets and things in that kitchen?
I did.
Now I'm going to hand you
I do.
What is that?
That's a black plastic box that I took out of the, one of the overhead cabinets in the kitchen.
State's Exhibit 102, do you recognize that?
Yes, that shows the cabinet that I took it out of, over top of the microwave. Same black case.
And did you open that case and search through it?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 104 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is the set of gold scales once I had the box opened and opened the scales up.
State's Exhibit 105, do you recognize that?
I do. That's another picture of the open black box that come out of the cabinet, and it's got a second set of black scales where I pulled it out of the box.
State's Exhibit 167, do you recognize those?
I do. These are the two sets of scales that come out of the black box I just talked about.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 106 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. It's, again, a picture of the box after it was opened up and the scales were removed from it.
And 107?
That's, again, the black box after I started removing the bags of suspected drugs from the box.
108?
Another photograph of the open black box.
109?
After another photograph of the box after I'd removed all the bags of powder and green vegetation from the box, just showing pills in the bottom.
State's Exhibit 110?
That's two of the bags of suspected drugs removed from the black box.
State's Exhibit 111?
That's a picture of the bottom of the box after everything was removed with the pills.
And State's Exhibit 112?
That's a picture of the box with everything laid out beside it that I took out of the box.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked and identified as methamphetamine, State's Exhibit 3, 5, and 6. Do you recognize those?
I do. These are all the bags of suspected drugs that I removed from that black box that come out of the kitchen cabinet that were turned over and secured at the sheriff's office and sent to BCI.
And, okay. I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 4 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is two plastic bags that located at the same time while searching the box.
They can actually locate this item, so what did you do with them?
They were secured and taken to the sheriff's office where they were, until they were transported to BCI to be analyzed.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 113 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a photograph of a Ruger 9mm laying in the cabinet above the microwave in the kitchen.
Is that the same cabinet where the black box was located that we just went through?
It is.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 114 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's another picture of the Ruger 9mm that come out of the cabinet after I cleared it, unloaded it.
State's Exhibit 115. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's a set of scales with some kind of homemade bubble sitting on top of the scales.
And what's a bubble?
So a glass that's got a tube with a beer-like bubble at the end of it with a hole to smoke meth in.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 166 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's a set of digital scales that when I entered the camper and started searching were laying out on the counter along with Richard Johnson's stuff.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 89. You've identified as a picture in the front of the counter. Are those scales depicted in this picture?
They are right at the bottom of right at the base of the jewel cabinet on the right-hand side, and right in front of it is Richard Johnson's wallet.
And next, I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 168 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
A set of scales that was sitting on the counter that had the meth bubble on top of it.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 116 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do. This is photographed in the kitchen of the scales, of a set of scales inside the cabinets, which is the base cabinets, which is just to the right of the sink in the kitchen.
And State's Exhibit 117.
This is another set of the same scales after I removed them from the cabinet and set them up on the counter so Detective Mingle could take a photograph.
And finally, State's Exhibit 170. Do you recognize those?
I do. These are the scales that come out of the cabinet and that is seen in those two pictures.
Next, I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 118 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a photograph from cabinets above the stove and the small cabinets, and it has a bubble, homemade bubble, and it's got a name on it of Scoots.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 177 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. And this is the bubble just talked about that has a sticker with Scoots, says Scoots on it.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 119 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is again in the kitchen cabinets, the upper cabinets. This is a set of scales that's still new in the box.
And State's Exhibit 120. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is the box after I pulled it out of the cabinet.
And State's Exhibit 121.
That's after we open the box that shows the scales inside it.
And finally, State's Exhibit 169. Do you recognize that?
I do. That's the actual scales that were inside the box.
Did you locate any security equipment in this?
Yes, we did. Inside the living room area, you walk in, go to the left, basically the kitchen's on the left-hand side, and the living room's on the right-hand side. Down above the sink was a corner cabinet, had a monitor up on the top shelf with the security DVR underneath it and controls. And I saw three video cameras that were outside that I could see the video to. And inside the house, if you look back toward the front of the entranceway of the camper, right above the TV was a actual camera inside the living room, pointed toward the kitchen area of the living room.
Getting into it's previously been marked and identified as State's Exhibit 87 for identification purposes. Can you, can you tell us what the screen is here?
Yes, that's the screen showing the video cameras,
And
the
that's,
live feed.
And is that inside the camper?
It is. It's in the cabinet area in the kitchen, above the sink.
State's Exhibit 122. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of a camera itself that's up above the TV, pointed toward the kitchen.
And State's Exhibit 123. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is the equipment underneath the monitor, part of the hookup to the video system.
Now, do you typically see surveillance systems in people's homes suspected of illegal narcotics trafficking?
Yes, we do.
What's the purpose?
To monitor what goes on when they're not there, make sure nobody steals their narcotics or their money.
Did you seize this equipment?
We did.
And what did you do with it?
Security man impounded it at the Hunt County Sheriff's Office.
And when you entered the camper, when you all initially arrived before you started searching, did you speak with Sergeant Craig Seaman?
I did.
And did he indicate where the things were that he removed from the defendant?
He did. He told me the location.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 27 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's the wallet that I found the identification to Richard Johnson in that was laying on the counter where I was directed by Sergeant Seaman.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 124 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, it's a card that was in the wallet. It says Scooch Johnson.
State's Exhibit 125.
Yes, it's a high identification card for Richard Wayne Johnson.
State's Exhibit 126.
It's cash that was removed from the wallet, $498.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 127 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is a drawer in a, Detective Engel described it as a movable kitchen island. There's a small cabinet, it's got a little drawer in the top of it, and a wood-like butcher block top on it. It was sitting in the living room, and this is the drawer opened up that shows more books in it.
And State's Exhibit 175. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the books that was removed from the top drawer of that portable kitchen island.
State's Exhibit 128. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is a picture of the book after it's opened up with names and numbers showing amounts.
And 129.
Again, another one with names and numbers.
State's Exhibit 130.
Another one with names and numbers, and also this one has a date of in December of 21.
131.
Another one with names, who owes money, how much, and what they owe for.
132.
This is a picture from the entryway, turn into the right back toward the bedroom, showing that where you cross through the restroom area, which is in the camper, sort of on both sides, and then into the bedroom.
133.
This is a Sentry safe that was located in the bedroom of the residence.
And did you search the safe?
Did.
Handing you its previously been marked as State's Exhibit 134 for identification purposes.
Yes, that's a picture of the safe opened up.
And referring to that safe, is there a little black box that you further searched?
Yes, in the upper right-hand corner, there's another little box inside the safe.
State's Exhibit 135.
Yes, this is the little locked box that was inside the safe.
State's Exhibit 136.
This is a picture of the little locked box after I opened it up.
And State's Exhibit 137.
Picture of the little locked box after I started taking the bags of different kinds of suspected drugs out of it.
State's, I'm going to hand you its previously been marked as State's Exhibit 9 for identification purposes. Is that?
Okay. Yes, this is a plastic bag of white substance that I removed from a pink purse inside the from the bedroom.
And State's Exhibit 10.
This this plastic bag of white substance that that come out of the black lock
I'm going
box.
to stop here. I've sent the mail down to tell whoever's mowing the grass to stop because it afraid it's interfering with the recording. It's been about an hour and 20 minutes since we've been on them, so I'm going to stop it here for a 10-minute break while we get this problem taken care of. So it's 3:24, so come back at say 3:40, 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're back on record. State versus Johnson. Now you can continue your direct examination of Mr. Sanders.
I'm next going to hand you as previously remarked as States Exhibit 171 for identification purposes. Okay. 171 for identification purposes. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
A set of scales.
And were those located in the camper?
Yes, they were.
I'm
And
next going to hand you as previously been marked as States Exhibit 172 for identification purposes. Do you recognize those?
yes,
And what are those?
there's also a set of scales found in a plastic drawer in the bedroom.
And States Exhibit 173. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what are those?
Another set of scales that we took out of the camper, the search warrant.
Actually, 59.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 139. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a set of night vision, a scope, night vision scope,
And where did you find that?
in the bathroom area of the camper.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as States Exhibit 140 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a copy of or a photograph of the gun safe, which was inside a closet just as you passed the bathroom and entered the bedroom on the right.
And did you open the safe?
We did, yes.
Handing you what's previously been marked as States Exhibit 141 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's his closet with the gun safe and money that was in the gun safe.
States Exhibit 142. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a black box that was in the gun safe. The one opened up had $29.
And States Exhibit 143. Do you recognize that?
I do. That's a purse that was inside the gun safe that had $34 in cash.
And States Exhibit 144. Do you recognize that?
So I do. This is another picture of the gun safe, and you can see guns and jars of green vegetation.
States Exhibit 145. Do you recognize that?
Yes, a picture of the guns in the gun safe.
Did you remove the guns from the gun safe?
Yes.
Handing you as previously been marked as States Exhibit 146 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is a Crossman CO2 semi-automatic looking rifle that come from the beside the safe in the closet. It wasn't actually in the safe. It was in the closet right beside the safe.
And States Exhibit 147. Do you recognize that?
I do, and I believe that's Mossberg 22. That was taken from the safe.
States Exhibit 148. Do you recognize that?
I do. It's a Remington single shot 223, which was taken from the safe.
States Exhibit 149. Do you recognize that?
I do. It's a Glenfield 22 rifle from the safe. Oh, sorry.
That's right. States Exhibit 150.
Yes, this is a Crossman 22 rifle, which was not in the safe. It was with the other Crossman in the closet right beside the safe.
States Exhibit 151.
This is like a Sporter SE shotgun. removed from the safe.
State's Exhibit 152.
I believe that's a Savage 22 bolt action, which was taken from the gun safe.
State's Exhibit 153.
That's a Mossberg 12 gauge shotgun taken from the gun safe.
State's Exhibit 154.
The one on the bottom is a Stevens 12 gauge with barrel's been sawed off and it has a pistol grip on it. And the other, I believe, is a Ruger 9mm.
State's Exhibit 155.
That'd be the Ruger 9mm again, pistol from the safe.
And, I'm sorry, go
Okay.
ahead. State's Exhibit 156.
Yes, this is Taurus pistol that holster that was removed from the gun safe also.
And State's Exhibit 157.
Yeah, a PFM 16. It's a CO2 pistol was removed from the gun safe.
Now, if State's Exhibit 155, which is the Ruger pistol, was found in the gun safe, was listed as a 22 LR, would that make sense to you?
Yes, it would. Yeah, there's the ammo. Yeah, there's the ammo where we unloaded a 22 long rifle. Yes.
So LR doesn't mean a long gun, it's the caliber of the ammo?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also search various boxes and bags throughout the bedroom?
Oh yes, numerous bags and purses and boxes and totes.
Handing you has previously been marked as State's Exhibit 158 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
This is $920 cash, which came out of Cassie's wallet, which was inside a book bag in the bedroom, along with I believe there was also a set of scales in there.
And handing you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 159 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the white substance in plastic. We took out of this black and red case, which also come out of the same backpack that had Cassie's ID and purse and stuff in it.
And State's Exhibit 7?
This substance that come out of a little metal box that come out of a plastic drawer would be on when you go in on the left side of the bed.
Now, following the collection of all the evidence that you just testified to, what did you do with all those items?
They were all turned over to Detective Engel, her and Detective Sergeant Antonor took them to the sheriff's office and we followed them up and secured everything at the sheriff's office until the items that were sent to BCI could be removed and sent to BCI.
Are you familiar with the other property that was seized from this, the other items that were seized from this property, like the weed eaters and chainsaws and things of that nature?
Yeah, I've seen some of them, yes.
During your search of the camper, did you locate any titles or warranties or receipts or anything like that for any of those items?
Not that anything I knew about being out there.
Now, on September the 6th of 22, did you speak with Detective Sergeant Antonor regarding a search of the defendant's vehicle?
I did.
And did you assist him with the search of that vehicle?
I did.
17, 18, 19. vehicle does the defendant operate?
2001 white Chevy Tahoe.
I'm handing you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 17 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the white Chevy Tahoe that defendant Richard Johnson been operating and using.
And State's Exhibit 18?
Another picture of the same Tahoe.
And 19?
Side view of the same Tahoe.
And did you assist in the search of that SUV on September 6th of 22?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 160 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the front seat of the vehicle and shows a camo Kevlar vest on the front seat of the vehicle.
You say Kevlar vest, but what do you mean?
Bulletproof.
Next, going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 161 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a Department of Corrections badge. I found inside the, on the dash, had an opening where something used to be. Back in the opening was a badge. It was in plain sight. It wasn't hid. It was just, you could see it in the opening.
And State's Exhibit 165, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's the Department of Rehabilitation Correction badge that I found in the car.
And State's Exhibit 162, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's red and blue lights that were suction cupped to the on the dash to the front window.
Did you check to see if the lights work properly?
We did. They worked as soon as I turned them on.
Is the defendant a law enforcement officer?
No.
Is anyone allowed to put red and blue lights in the dash of their vehicle?
No.
What is the significance of finding these law enforcement related items in this vehicle?
Wrongdoing is going on. I mean, there's no good thing I could think of for just anybody to have them.
I'm going to hand you next what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 163 for identification purposes. Do you recognize those? Or that, I'm sorry.
I do.
And what is that?
It shows a bubble, and that's inside the Chevy when we searched it, like behind the console where the bubble had fell down behind the console or something.
Did you also request tax records in this matter?
Yes, we did.
And why do you do that?
We normally do it on anybody we think selling a lot of drugs to see if they report any income of any kind or everything they got coming from pretty much the drug trade.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been identified or marked as State's Exhibit 164 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a response from the Ohio Department of Taxation on our subpoena request.
And is that a certified copy of the tax records that you requested?
It is.
What year did you request records for?
2018 through 2022.
And on whom did you request those records?
Richard W. Johnson,
And what
the
was the
defendant,
response?
that filed no personal income or any business taxes during those years.
During the search of the house and a car on different days, were cell phones found?
They were.
Do you know how many cell phones were found?
I believe it was 6 or 7 inside the house, and there were 2 inside the vehicle during the search of the vehicle.
Now, were you surprised at how many phones were found?
No.
What's the significance of multiple cell phones?
That's typical when we search someone we suspect dealing drugs house. They got multiple phones. They switch them back and forth. And
Did you run the registration of the white Chevy Tahoe that the defendant operated?
I did.
And what did you find?
I ran it through the Attorney General's Ohio Law Enforcement Gateway website. Found out it was registered to Melissa House, who had an address of US 50, and I know her. She lives on US 50 in Rainsboro.
You said that you know her. How do you know her?
Because she lives in Rainsboro and I've been to her house before. Was Roger Fillmore's wife, girlfriend, something. They lived together for a while and then separated.
In your experience in large-scale drug operations, is it common for a vehicle owned by one person to be put in another person's name?
Absolutely.
Why?
Um, Not all, but most of the dealers we find don't want to be going up and down the road in a vehicle that's registered to them. So nobody will know, so law enforcement won't know who it is if a tag gets run or.
Have you seen the defendant driving that vehicle on any occasion?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience, what is the typical amount of methamphetamine that a person will use at a time, like a one dose?
And most people start out with something like 1/10 of a gram.
And right now, do you know how much you can buy a 1/10 of a gram of meth for in Highland County?
Oh, if you was buying 1/10 of a gram, then it'd be like $10.
So I asked this because I want to refer back to State's Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. The expert testimony of the weight of that was just under 168 grams of meth. Did you recall hearing that?
Yes.
So what would the street value of that be?
That would make it 16,800 approximately. It's sold out in small amounts.
Now, what are common ways that you have found that meth is just delivered from seller to buyer?
In plastic bags, either like, depending on the size of the amount, from small to large Ziploc bags, or a lot of times cut off corners of baggies where they're knotted up and tied. And even you've seen them in other kind of clear containers being hauled around.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 81 for identification purposes. This was identified as a picture out of a toolbox. Can you, do you recognize what's in that picture?
I do.
What are those?
Those are small Ziploc bags. These are, with dollar signs on the outside. And there's also the little, like salad cups with lids on them.
Now, is there any significance in the fact that those bags have little dollar signs on them?
That's just somebody's personal preference when they bought them, I would guess.
And State's Exhibit 105, do you recognize that?
I do.
I want to refer you specifically to this in the corner. What is that?
That's plastic sandwich bags. They're full top bags.
Are those the types of bags you're referring to when you talked about the baggies that drugs are delivered in?
Yes.
Now, did you send any of these bags to BCI for fingerprinting?
No.
Why not?
We've done that in the past, like numerous times, and I've talked to the fingerprint people at BCI, and they don't especially want any of the loose bags because they're not fine. Get late prints off of them. We sent tons of them up there. We've tried it ourselves. I got latent prints, and they say part of it is also when people handle the drugs, it's a powder, and when they're touching the outside, I mean, there's no moisture and there's no fingerprints being left on the bags.
Now, during the search of the camera, you collected several ledger books. Why did you collect those?
Because it's showing the dollar amounts of what people owes, and these even showed how much dope was being purchased at certain times and who the people were that was making the purchases.
Have you seen books like this in other drug investigations?
Yes, all the time.
Did you review these books?
I did.
Did you recognize any of the names of the books?
Oh yeah, several of them.
Can you tell us who you recognized?
Yeah, when we just talked about it, I seen Roger Fillmore's name. I seen Aaron and Reggie, which I know to be Aaron Smith and Reggie Anderson. I seen John Birchfield's name in it from Ross County. Let's see who else's name did we see? I seen 8 or 10 of them at least that I knew.
During the search, you collected at least 9 sets of digital scales. What is the significance of that?
It's just what they use to weigh the dope out.
Do you usually see that many sets?
No.
Now, there were substances located, and they were sent off and tested, and no controlled substance was found Do you recall that testimony this
I
morning?
do, I do.
Is that uncommon during a narcotics investigation?
No, no, we find a lot of stuff where, and we've even bought drugs that's not real drugs. Somebody just threw something together and sold them as drugs. Or we also see in houses where we find people dealing drugs, they've got something in there that they're using to cut the drugs with. Add something to it to cut it and increase their profits for the amount they actually purchased. So if they purchased an ounce, they can try to make it an ounce and a half by the time they sell it.
So I'm going to give a generic example that's probably not even realistic. But you're talking about adding cut. So
Yes,
cocaine, for example, you add something that's white to that and double the size.
yes,
Is that what cut is basically?
yes, that's what cutting is. It's adding something to it to make it, what you purchased worth more money because of its volume.
Now, during the search of the camper in the vehicle, there were a number of guns located. And the defendant was found to have a gun on him or close to him in the dealings as well as when he was arrested. Is that something that you have seen in other narcotics investigations?
Yes.
Talk about why dealers carry guns or have guns close at hand.
Just to protect their drugs and their money.
Is selling drugs a dangerous business?
It is.
Can I hand you what has previously been marked as State's Exhibit 186 for identification purposes? Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a warranty deed for the property at 12358 Butters Road in Highland County, Ohio.
Is that a certified copy of the deed?
It is.
And who owns that property pursuant to that deed?
Richard Johnson,
And who transferred the property to Richard Johnson?
Roger Castle.
Do you know Roger Castle?
I do.
How?
In about around 2010, 2011, we bought cocaine and heroin off of him and charged him with a corrupt activity case out of Greenfield.
Investigator Sanders, are the pictures that we went through today contained in State's Exhibits 24, 26, 27, 36, all true and accurate depictions? After collecting State's Exhibits 2, 77, did you turn those items over to the Sheriff's Office for storage and testing?
I did.
About traffic and taking money on the promise of having charges dismissed. Were you aware prior to today?
Yes, I was.
And are you, is that being looked into?
Yes, I currently have an open case on that.
I want to go back to about your involvement with the informants. You have, safe to say, a lot of experience working with informants. Is that correct?
I do, yes.
You testified that you will regularly either pay CIs or they can work off their charges. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this generally incentivizes their participation, yes?
Yes,
Because they are getting a benefit as a result of working with you, yes?
it does, yes.
But if they walk away, then they can lose that incentive, correct?
Oh, you mean if the CI walks away from what they're doing,
Correct.
if they walked away from what they were doing, things would just stop between us wherever it was at.
Okay. I'm going to turn to the search warrant that was executed on 7/12. We saw that video, and you testified that 2 individuals left on motorcycles.
They did.
There was no attempt to stop or detain either of those individuals, correct?
No, we was the first ones to get there and take up a position, and nobody else was in any position yet to try to do anything. So we let the officers from the sheriff's office respond and let them know that they had left and they was headed the opposite direction, and they decided just to go ahead and do what they started out to do the search warrant.
So we don't know who those individuals were, correct?
No.
And you testified that you worked together throughout the search of the camper with Sergeant Engel, but you specifically picked up a lot of and secured a lot of the evidence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You testified that there was a fair amount of narcotics found in the kitchen, yes?
That's correct, yes.
But neither Mr. Johnson nor Ms. Brigner were apprehended in the kitchen, is that correct?
The kitchen living room is just one room. I mean, this camper's not very wide from the couch to the, to the kitchen counter is probably, I guess, less something like 8 feet.
You also testified that you found Mr. Johnson's wallet or items on the counters of the kitchen, is that correct?
That's correct.
But Sergeant Seaman had actually removed that from Mr. Johnson's person.
He did. That's how I knew to look on the counter for those items. That's where he directed me.
Okay. You located a lot of women's clothing and purses, throughout this search, correct?
Yes, all those were in the bedroom.
So it was very clear that a woman was also living at that camper.
Oh, without question.
Okay. And there was actually a third person present when the search warrant was executed, is that correct?
I believe there was. I don't know who that was. He wasn't in the camper. It was in another, I believe another camper maybe, that they located somebody.
But you were just focused on Richard and Cassie, is that correct?
No, I'm just focused on the search of the camper. We just each sort of got together, made assignments for everybody to do so we could get things done, and trying to get things too messed up because it was such a big compound there with everything, all the tools and equipment and the campers and
A very large property, yes?
not large property. It's not really a large property for around here, but it's it's a gated compound with, they have five campers total, and the residence they were working on, just starting to get a good, starting to build it.
You talked about the September 6th traffic stop, and there was a Department of Corrections badge found, correct?
There was.
Were you aware that Mr. Johnson was once employed by the Department of Corrections?
No, I wasn't.
Were you aware that he was receiving Social Security?
No, not firsthand, no.
But you eventually did gain that knowledge at some point?
I've heard that.
Testified to the value of some of these narcotics, but that's really just a guess, isn't it?
Pardon? I got the first part of it. I just get into the
You
question.
testified to the value of some of these narcotics, but that's really just a guess, is it not?
It's not just a guess. I mean, we don't guess when we go buy narcotics. We buy, and it all depends on the quantity that's available, who's got it, how much they're selling it for. We pay different prices for different things every week.
So the value can fluctuate?
The value fluctuates from dealer to dealer and from area to area.
Okay.
So.
You also testified that you recognized some of the names in these log books. But it's true that most of the log books just had first names, correct?
Some just had first names. Some are, I know, like Cat spelled with a K. I mean, there's no question I know who that was. That was Cat Page, and Aaron and Reggie together. I mean, we've been dealing with them for years, from Bainbridge, Greenfield area. And I've talked to a lot of these people as we do our stuff from day to day, and a lot of people tell me what's going on, and a lot of people told me that their names would be in those books.
Just generally a lot of people, that's your testimony?
I said at least 8 or 10 that I know who they are for sure.
And did you prepare any reports to that effect, that these 8 or 10 people have told you these things?
No, not the 8 or 10 people that told me these things. A couple were CIs between that time or that, and I don't really do reports on information that's confidential. And if somebody tells me stuff while we're out working, unless it's an actual case that we have an open case on that we've taken a case number on, we don't record that information because of the way we do. It's hard enough to get people to tell us what everybody else is doing. If somebody's doing something wrong, we're not going to, write reports on what somebody said.
Is it fair to say that none of that information, though, came from this specific CI in this case?
This CI, no, this CI didn't give us those names, no.
Okay. Regarding the search warrant again on 7/12, you testified that you found amounts of cash throughout the camper, is that correct?
Yes,
And you found an amount of money in a wallet, correct?
yes,
Okay. But there weren't large amounts of cash strewn about the house, correct?
not that we located, no.
You did what you would consider to be a fairly thorough search?
We did.
No money rubber banded anywhere?
Yeah, there was rubber bands around the money that was in the safe, but it wasn't that much money. I believe that was around the $34. That was in the safe.
$34,
Yeah.
okay. And that money was located in a safe?
Yes,
There was no money found hidden in couches or any other areas?
no.
I could have a moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just a few questions. Investigator Sanders, do you get paid to do your job?
I do.
Do you pay the CIs to do buys?
We do.
Do the CIs treat that as a job?
Yes, they do. I mean,
And this particular CI was being paid pursuant to the cash vouchers, is that right?
that's correct.
So does that mean he wasn't working off charges at that point?
Maybe sometimes we start paying them a little ahead of time because we also, if somebody's doing this for us, even if they are working something off, if they're not looking at going to prison for years or something like that, and they're working off charges, it's hard enough for anybody to get along. So if we got the money available, we'll give people gas money and money for phone service so they can at least stay in contact with us.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked and identified as State's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is this?
This is the living room kitchen area inside the camper.
Is this the camper that Cassie and the defendant were living in?
Yes.
Now, did you hear Sergeant Siemens' testimony about where the defendant was located when he entered the camper?
Yes, on the couch.
Do you see the couch in that picture?
I do.
And from looking at this picture, and I know it doesn't actually show the toaster oven, but can you show me where the toaster oven was in that picture?
Yes, it's going to be on the opposite side of this chair here, just right up the side of where you can see the wall. The start of the corner of the wall. It's just a couple feet, refrigerator length away starts the stove right there.
Okay, so how far then is the kitchen with the fire truck canister from the spot on the couch that Sergeant Seaman found the defendant?
I said approximately 8 feet. Looks like it might be 9, but that's probably close.
Now, I'm going to point to this cabinet here. Is this the cabinet where the black box was located?
No,
Is it, so it's one over?
it's over here. Yeah, all the dope up in the cabinets was above the microwave and toaster oven.
And
in that
again,
area.
that would be right here.
Yes,
Okay, and how far is that from where the defendant was located?
he said about 8 or 9 feet.
I have no further questions.
Why don't you make a step down? Next witness.
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, would you approach, please? It's rested, ladies and gentlemen, and it's 4:20 this afternoon, and there's probably about another 2 hours of time involved in, we have to do have a hearing on some legal matters, and it'll take at least a half an hour, and then it'll be about probably 2 hours of instruction of the court and argument. And so that's going to put us like at 7 o'clock tonight. I think that's too late to keep you. So we're going to adjourn for the day. Once you come back at 8:30 in the morning, at this point I would expect that the case would probably be submitted to you about 11 o'clock in the morning, 11 to 12, just in that range. During the break, overnight, you're not to discuss this case in any way with anyone. Don't permit anyone to discuss it with you. Don't have any communication or talk with any of the parties or witnesses that have been in court. Do not attempt to find out any information about the matter on your own. Don't listen to anything that may be on the radio or TV about the case. Don't read anything in a newspaper, particularly online, nothing online, in any newspaper or social media or any other type of website that has anything about the case. Don't post anything about the case. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your presence. Again, even though the state's rested, you still don't have everything you need yet to make a decision, so do not express any opinions about the matter whatsoever. So return back here tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. And Councilman Maynard will go ahead and deal with those other matters. All right, we're back on the record in State versus Johnson. The jury has been excused. The state is rested. Now, before I rule on the motion, admission exhibits, I'll also note that I'll put on the record, the court did receive signed stipulations by the parties stipulating as to the chain of custody on exhibits 2 through 12, which would have been very repetitive, but basically this is where the evidence went from Mr. Sanders to the evidence to, I believe, Eric Engel, and then Mr. Horst took it to BCI, Mr. Antonor brought it back, and so that will be into the record to show the chain of custody of those items only. Now, you wish to move admission exhibits?
I do, Your Honor, 1 through 188.
All right. Any objections to any of the exhibits, Ms. Memsick?
Briefly, Your Honor, would object to exhibit 186.
That's the, is that the deed?
Yes, under the argument that it has not been properly authenticated on the record.
Well, I haven't seen it, but it's a certified copy, isn't it? Okay. That's overruled.
And that is all, Your Honor.
Would you like me to get it for you, Judge?
Pardon me?
Would you like me to get it for you?
What's that?
Oh, he did? Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
No. Any other objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, all exhibits will be admitted then. All right, state rest.
State does rest.
All right, you wish to make a motion, Ms. Memsick?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we would make a motion for acquittal pursuant to Rule 29. As this court is very aware, and this is to be considered in the light most favorable to the state, we would argue that the evidence is insufficient to sustain a conviction at this time. Your Honor, there has been testimony from Ms. Brigner in regards to how some of these alleged items that the state wishes to forfeit were used. However, I do not believe that her testimony was credible.
Is credible?
I'm sorry?
You say you don't believe it's credible?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Additionally, in regards to count 12 specifically with the forfeiture counts, there has not been any testimony that these items were stolen. There has not been any specific testimony as to, beyond 2 of the items, that there is any other owner identifiable other than Mr. Johnson. And there has not been any testimony specifically to the property. I would even argue that the deed itself secures that the property could not have been purchased with any drug proceeds because the deed clarifies it was sold for a nominal $1. I ask the court to take all of those things into consideration. Thank you.
What's that testimony again?
Nominal $1 is what the deed reads.
I don't recall hearing that testimony.
It's in the deed.
It's in the deed.
Huh?
It's in the deed.
It's in what?
It's in the deed.
Oh, in the deed. Oh, well, that's just a standard legalese thing, $1 and other good valuable considerations.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. You can actually tell the value by looking at the stamp on what the conveyance fee was.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. All right. Ms. Collins?
The first thing is that...
let me see that 186, please. Thank you.
The first thing I would note is that Ms. Memsick may not find Cassie's testimony credible, but that's not up to her. That's one of the functions of the jury, so her testimony should be allowed to be weighed by the jury and that decision made. I believe that the testimony has been both not only from Ms. Brigner, but also Detective Antonor as well the other officers that property is commonly traded for drugs. And the reason that we haven't been able to determine what is stolen and what's not is not because it hasn't been reported stolen, it's because we don't have the serial numbers, that the owners of property don't keep serial numbers, and so they can't be matched up to what was located. I don't think that that means anything. I would also note that the red trailer that is listed on the forfeiture outline does contain the fire hat. It's in the picture, State's Exhibit 63, that absolutely has been confirmed stolen from a fire department somewhere. I can't remember where Detective Antonor said, but that has been also confirmed stolen.
Said Madeira Loveland.
Okay.
Fire Department.
So as far as the property, it's not just whether or not he obtained it with proceeds from this, but did he use it? And there's no question that he did. He's selling, he's storing everything off of that property. So the guns, the same as that, was used in, intended for use in, derived from, directly or indirectly, or realized through conduct and violation. There's no question that he's using it for these purposes. The guns, the money, the safes, and certainly that Veterans Road property he's using for his drug trade. So I would ask that the court overrule the Rule 29 motion and allow the jury to make a decision on these issues. I believe that minds could come to differing conclusions, and therefore it's up to the jury.
All right, any response, Ms. Memsey? By the way, I don't see the helmet on here, so fire helmet. I don't see it on the forfeiture.
It's in State's Exhibit 63.
Okay, but I'm saying it's not
Okay.
specified in Exhibit 12, or in Count 12, as an item to be forfeited. But if it's stolen, then a thief doesn't acquire title anyway, so it doesn't need to be forfeited.
It's not, so if you look at State's number 43, red box trailer with miscellaneous items, what I was saying was...
Oh, okay, it came out of there.
Right.
Oh, okay, all right.
State's Exhibit 63
Well, okay,
has
so I'm
it.
right, it's not specified.
Right.
Specifically identified, but it's part of the miscellaneous items.
Yes.
And that would be item 43. All right.
Yes. And
Yeah.
you can see it in State's Exhibit 63, which
Yeah, I
is a
heard the
picture.
testimony, yeah. All right, now, I'm sorry, Ms. Memsey, go ahead.
Your Honor, just briefly, the state argues there is no question. I would argue there is a question, and that's why we're here today. That's all. Thank you.
Well, whether or not Ms. Brigner's testimony is credible is a matter for the trier of fact, which is the jury. And so, based upon that, the court would, certainly deny the motion. I would agree that some of these items weren't specifically testified to, but her testimony was that he traded for things all the time. There's testimony he had no income for a 4-year period. And so, that'll be a matter for the jury on all of the counts, including count 12. All right. Now, are you going to present any evidence, Ms. Memsey?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Then you wish to renew your Rule 29?
Yes, Your Honor, we would renew
All right.
and then rest.
All right. Same ruling. All right. Now, let's go to the jury instructions. Okay, on page 3, I'll put on the leaked part about the defendant's testimony the same, leave in the fact that the jury is not permitted to consider that for any purpose. And then also, in looking at value, the last case we had, since there were a lot of different counts that had different amounts, I hadn't done that. But after hearing the evidence, I think that I'm just going to delete the values from the verdict forms, let the jury make the decision. There's a testimony about value from Mr. Sanders as well as Ms. Brigner as to what the amounts were being sold for. So I'm going to delete those from that, and also that section about the values on page 47. I'm going to delete that. Now, are there any requests for any additional instructions?
I have a request. I'm not sure there's an instruction on this, but during the expert's testimony, we objected because Ms. Memzik went down the road of separating items like cut from other things. We objected and you overruled, but I feel like an instruction is necessary because that's not the law.
Well, no, and she won't be permitted to argue that. I allowed it in because the law says any substance that contains any amount of. So that is the law.
Okay.
So, but her question is, was okay because, it's showing there's other stuff in there and you've even had testimony about it. But as far as arguing that they can't consider, they don't know how much of it was actually methamphetamine compared to other substances, that's not going to be argued because that's not the law.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any requests for any instructions, Ms. Memsick?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right, okay. Well, I'll make those changes, and delete the value allegation or on accounts 2 to 5. And we'll, I think that should take care of it then. Now, as far as, and the jury instructions are quite long, but they're very repetitive, and I will just read the definitions applicable one time. With, in receiving stolen property, you'll see I did join the 7 and 8 counts together, just says swapped out the names of the victims, alleged victims, and then value for count 7. And then on the others that are repetitive, like controlled substance and all that stuff, I'm not going to reread it, but I put it in the instructions so that if the jury looks at the instructions, they know what those specific definitions are as it applies to that element, instead of having to go back and look at it once. I tried one time to just do a general one-size-fits-all, and it wasn't real easy to do, and I decided it was too difficult for me to continue to do. So we did it, but it was everything was the same. I think it was a cookie-cutter indictment, and all we had to do was switch out dates and either substances, I believe, because there weren't any in bulk. But I don't think that it's very easy to do here, so I haven't done that. All right, now anything else? From council?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then try to be here about 8:15 tomorrow, so we can start promptly at 8:30. And as far as limiting argument, I don't limit it specifically, but I would think 30 to 45 minutes should be sufficient, and that's what I would expect, because I think my instructions are going to be 45 minutes. So we'll take a break probably after the state's, or maybe after yours, because the state usually is pretty short. So, but I'll take a break after about 90 minutes. So. Okay, thank you. Dan, here's that exhibit. The box there. Thank you. And then also, this is the stipulations. Well, I'll tell the jury about the stipulation tomorrow, but it won't be an exhibit.